Hey.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, and as Chairman of the Nash County Board of Commissioners, I now call to order the August 3rd, 2026 meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners. We start our commissioner meeting with a prayer, invocation, and also the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll be asking Commissioner Fred Belfield to give our invocation and Commissioner Wayne Outlaw to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Will we all please stand?
Let us pray. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. Father, we are here to transact business monthly meeting of Nash County Commissioners. We pray that you are in our presence. We pray that you will lead and guide us and direct us with the challenges that we have and the decisions that we have to make. We know if we believe in you in our heart, that you will be in our midst, because there's a sweet, sweet spirit in this place, and I know it's the Spirit of the God. Now, Father, we are ready to start our August meeting, and we know there are things that we need to attend to for the citizens of Nash County, and we pray also that you will bless this county, bless the state, bless the nation and the world. These blessings we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. First, we'll have the approval of our minutes for our July 13th meeting. Any corrections to the minutes of our July 13th meeting? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the minutes of our July 13th, 2026 meeting?
Motion to accept, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Wilkins and
Second.
second by Commissioner Wayne Outlaw. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion approved. We will now approve our agenda with some additions.
Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, the board members have a number of items in front of them, and I'd like to just kind of walk through those with you real quick, since there are so many, and I apologize for that. I believe the top one is budget amendments, and actually, from what I can tell, these are the budget amendments that are in your packet, so if you'll just kind of put that aside until later when we address budget amendments, but I think you will find that those are the same ones that are in your agenda packet that you've already seen.
Stacy, I think Nikki had a change to the Health Department budget amendment. There was an amount that she got corrected from the state.
Okay.
And that's the reason it is up there.
Okay.
There was a change.
So, if the board heard that, the last item, number 5, for the Health Department, that amount is different from what's in your packet. So we'll address that when we have budget amendments. We also have the board appointments. I believe in your packet, we did not have information for the ABC Board Chair, and so the item in front of you, printed in front of you, has the information for the ABC Board Chair. We have a request to add an item for the Sheriff's Office for the North Carolina Governor's Highway Safety Program, Driving While Impaired Grant. They are going to ask this morning if you will allow them to add this to the agenda as item number 9A. They have 3 items, and their last item is item number 9. And if we can add this one as 9A onto the agenda. And there's an attachment that goes along with that one. That's in front of you as well. Mr. Boone has also provided you all with an update on capital projects. That is in front of you. And then also in front of you is a letter from the chair of the Nash County Community College Chair Board of Trustees, Russell Proctor, in support of an item that you all will address today. And then if I can make one more request to add to the agenda as item number 26A, after we do our budget amendments. Commissioner Freddie Howell has a request to the board for a letter of support. And if we could add that request for a letter of support as item number 26A.
He needed to move the community college item. Thought the community college item was going to come at, after 9A.
After 9A, yes, sir. If we could move the, let me see, what number is that one? I apologize.
That's going to be, we'll call it 9B.
9B, if we could move the request for the land purchase,
Yes.
number 20, if number 20 could be moved up to 9B, please.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, you've heard the request to the addendum, addition to the agenda. Any discussion about that? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
So moved, sir.
Moved by Commissioner Howard and second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any further discussion? All in favor of adopting the amended agenda, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. We will start with, our public comment. We have no one who signed up to speak today, so we'll move into our item number 6, retirement recognition.
Morning.
Good morning.
At this time, I would like to call up Kimberly Barnes. Is she here today? Hi, Kimberly. Kimberly has dedicated 13 years of service specifically to the Public Health Department. I would like to congratulate her on her retirement. And I would like to ask you to come down and join her. Pictures and I'm handing you the certificate, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will move to item number 7, transfer of service weapon, Deputy Allen Wilson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, board.
Morning.
Right.
Thank you for letting us bring this before you this morning. In September, we're going to have a bridge dedication for Deputy Jared Allison, who passed away in 2020 as a result of traffic enforcement on US 301 on Thanksgiving night. He was involved in a collision. Since that time, we've held his weapon in our armory. We've not done anything with that weapon. So at the time that we have this bridge dedication in September, I think it would be befitting, and the sheriff thinks it would be befitting to be able to take this weapon and have it transferred to his mother and given to her, and the paperwork can be completed for that, just as we would give a weapon to someone that retired. He lost his life in line of duty, and we think it would honor him and his service to this county by doing that. So we're requesting the board give us approval to present the service weapon to his mother in September.
All right. Excuse me, I missed something. I was reading something else, I'm sorry.
Make a motion to approve the request, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. You heard the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. All right.
Okay, thank you very
All right.
much. The next item on the agenda for the sheriff's office is the sole source purchase of a Swiftwater Rescue boat package. I'm going to bring Lieutenant Tony Cameron up and let him speak on this. The sheriff has placed him in charge of organizing this new unit for the sheriff's office and the need that it that exists for the county to have such thing.
All right. Come on.
The Sheriff's Office would like to initiate a Swiftwater rescue team for this county and the ability to respond nationwide. This Swiftwater rescue team will be a Type 3 team capable of rescuing folks that are stranded in their homes from floodwaters. As we well know from past events here in this county, in Spring Hope, North Carolina, which was one of the biggest issues that we faced with sudden flood waters suddenly flooding our areas, and unfortunately in that event in August of last year took the life of 2 individuals. Well, the Sheriff's Office wants to combat that. We want to stand up a Swiftwater rescue team to respond to those events, and we're asking for your support.
All right. Any discussion from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this matter.
It's been moved by Commissioner Howard that we approve this. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. We are now ready for discussion.
Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I would not be able to support this. I think everyone knows I've always been against sole source purchases because they do not give a look or other people to provide things. But more than importantly, I don't really understand us doing this. It seems to me a duplication effort of taxpayers' funding when the city of Rocky Mount has a very well-known rescue team, actually ranked number 1 or 3 in the state, as I understand it. And I don't understand the General Assembly allotting money for a duplication effort with another one. Don't have any problems with the sheriff having one by any means, but it's just a complete duplication. And if anything, we should be doing what we could to work with Rocky Mount Swiftwater Rescue Team and provide funding to do that rather than to start a new one from scratch. But just my thoughts on it, the reason it bothers me, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'll stand down. Thank you, sir.
All right. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Howard?
just a few questions, if you don't mind. Do I understand this is being funded? So this isn't costing the taxpayers of Nash County any Nash County taxes at all?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
It's totally state funded.
So our state elected officials have funded this project?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? So they
Yes,
felt a need that we needed this, and just to help out, can you give me, because I don't fully understand, how much distance are we talking about from Edgecombe County to the other end of Nash County?
Well, I'm not sure the exact distance. I know we're 512 square miles in this county, and I can tell you from responding to Hurricane Floyd and Matthew. Every resource was critical, specifically when we were doing rescues, and I did take part in that here in Floyd and in Matthew as a State Highway Patrol. So additional resources are definitely needed, and I think it's a great asset, not only for us here in Nash County, but as our partners. Here, just as soon as this weekend, we had floods in Watauga County, we had floods in Surrey County, resulting in folks having to go and rescue. So it's very critical, I believe.
And so if I understand you correctly, that we would be willing to help in those situations, others, as we would expect help in our area when we would have an event, unfortunately, as well. We hope we don't need this asset, but it's one that if we don't have at the time of need, we can't go out and get. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And if I'm correct in saying seconds count when it comes to swiftwater rescues, so timing is critical to get there quickly. Is that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
I have a question. It says for a startup of Swiftwater flood search and rescue team, do you anticipate after it's started up, do you have any idea of how much the expenses will be to the taxpayers, if any?
The expenses will consist of training our members on an annual basis as far as the Swiftwater piece. We must maintain our certifications. We must maintain an EMT certification, which I'm an EMT. So it would be training is what we're looking at, and maintaining the equipment, the boats, and so forth.
But that would be training of already existing personnel, not new hires in the
Correct.
budget and down the road? Okay.
We've identified 19 members within the sheriff's office.
Okay.
Already carrying some credentials that would aid in the team. And yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner.
got a question.
Lay.
Just to piggyback on Commissioner Wilkins' comment, do you have any idea of the training hours needed to get this team stood up and then to maintain it?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I have the exact list that we required as far as the exact, what we have currently on staff. I can't give you an exact number, but we're looking at ICS classes, we're looking at EMT classes, we're looking at boat operator classes, we're looking at swiftwater rescue classes, shore-based rescue classes, boat operator classes. Some of my members, like I said, we already have that training, and we're able to step in. I am ready to step in. I already carry those credentials as well, and that's one of the reasons the sheriff selected me for this position or this task. But an exact number, I can't give you that, I'm sorry.
Is the startup money, is that some of that supposed to go towards training also, or just solely equipment?
Yes, ma'am. It has been a certain amount earmarked for that training piece. It was $25,000.
Okay.
All
Thank
right,
you.
any other discussion? Commissioner David?
In response to Commissioner Howell's comment, I would like to point out that the fact that it came from the state of North Carolina through a local appropriation, state of North Carolina receives funding through taxpayers in North Carolina, including the ones in Nash County. So I can't look at that different. They're still spending Nash County taxpayers' money for a duplication of effort. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Howell?
isn't there a newly developed or newly built facility in Eastern North Carolina as well, specifically for training for this purpose?
It is in
So the
Stanley
state
County.
has spent a lot of money
Yes, sir.
putting in a training facility, state of the art, to prepare everyone for this, to minimize the risk involved and asset our citizens as far as in those times of need.
Yes, it is, and we've already reached out to the State Highway Patrol, who's going to assist us in this training, along with Rocky Mount. They're willing to help us get this team stood up, and our plan is to work in partnership with Rocky Mount.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you bringing the money back to Nash County.
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioner Belfield?
I think it's important that the two work together and not separate.
Yes, sir.
Because there are going to be times that we can send people to other states to help them when they're in a distressed situation. We certainly ought to work, Sheriff's Department ought to work with the city of Rocky Mount and collaborate together and do what's necessary to save lives and and just have a happy relationship.
Yes, sir.
That's my.
All right, thank you. Well, you've heard the discussion, and we had a motion. All in favor, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Raise the hand and opposed. All right, Commissioner Davis opposed. All right, motion carried. Thank you. Major Wilson, you got another,
Yes, sir, I do.
all right?
Thank you, Lieutenant. So I'm going to ask the board for approval of a position for the, for a full-time position for a office, basically someone, a records management office assistant. Over the past time, particularly when the timesheets have changed from monthly to bi-weekly, by doing that, it's increased additional workload. Downstairs, we have additional workload with concealed carry classes, not classes, but concealed carry permits that we have to attend to, and other workload that's just been over and over. And the Odyssey system has required more from the ladies downstairs working the civil part of our division. So with that, we actually have $29,000 and a few dollars left in an account that we use for part-time, that we can hire people part-time to help with this. But the problem with that is we can't hire somebody part-time to come in and do what they need to do. So I've spoken to the county manager and requested that we be able to move forward and ask for a position, a full-time position for an office assistant. So with that office assistant, it actually will not affect, as far as the cost of that, it will not affect, but like, I want to say I calculated up around less than $15,000 for the year. We're looking at, if we can get this approved, we add this on and hire this position in October, if we can do that. We really need to add this because of the workload that's been added on to the administrative assistants. And we have, when I look at the concealed carry, we have average of 60 to 70 renewals and new concealed carries come in every week. Last year, they had almost 1,600 that they processed through, and that's people that they've got a fingerprint and conduct paperwork with and so forth, and then with the walk-ins and so forth. So it's just a lot of extra on the ladies downstairs that require us to have some extra personnel and some extra help. So I'm asking to take that part-time money that we're already allotted, add a little more to that, and add a full-time position for that to help our employees downstairs, our civilians.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Commissioner Wilson?
I just have one, and I realize it's, as you say, you're adding to that salary, but was this not in your budget? Was this not foreseen before we voted on the budget? Because we just voted on the budget.
We did, yes, ma'am, and I think it was in the budget, we were going to request that, and I think at that time, there were other things in the budget, and that was just one item that we were not approved on for that. However, with the part-time money, we were given $29,000, and I don't know the exact figure, like $900 or whatever, close to $30,000 for a part-time position. So with that part-time money, instead of it sitting there not being able to be used, we would like to take that money and apply that toward this full-time position and not use that part-time money and use that for a full-time position. And the salary for the full-time position is indicated, and with that, the amount is what I just spoke of when I calculated it up, and that's including fringe benefits for the remainder of the budget.
And Mr. Chairman, my last question would be to the county manager. Madam Manager, is this doable?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Commissioner Davis?
Chief Deputy, is this position going to be publicly advertised, or do you have someone in mind that would fill the position?
Right now, we don't have anyone in mind, and if, once it's approved, I'm not sure if we advertise it or if someone, if we have somebody already in mind for it.
And from what I understood, you said this position was requested in the budget, but it was not approved in the budget, and you're just coming back and asking for it again, but utilizing some part-time money to do it with. Is that what we're saying?
Right. What I'm saying is that, and other things I asked for in the budget, and we were, and the budget was worked out, it's just on this, instead of using that money for that, and then starting this position in October, we're able to maybe make use of that money where we can actually use it to help take on some of the workload that we have, because some of these ladies have a tremendous amount of workload, and most particularly with the Odyssey system and some of the other things that I just mentioned.
But the position would be ongoing. It would not be
It would,
just this
it would be
year.
ongoing, so it would have to be funded next year in the budget, and I guess that would be something that would be considered when we apply for a budget next year on, hey, we got this position, so other things would have to be managed in order to maintain that position.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I will entertain a motion to deny or accept the full-time position request.
Move for approval. Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Outlaw and second by Commissioner Howard that we accept the full-time position request. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis, opposed? All right, motion carried. I think we have one more item.
I do, I have one more. So we're requesting approval to receive one deputy on a North Carolina Governor's Safety Grant. This one deputy with this grant for the fiscal year of 26-27, which starts October the 1st, would be paid for 100%. Means they pay for the salary, they pay for the vehicle, and the equipment. The only thing that this equipment would not cover would be uniforms and like a portable radio. And with that, this one position would be granted to go out, and it would be a DWI task force position. So we would actually assign another deputy to work with this position, and they would focus solely on detection of driving while impaired individuals. And we know that the sheriff's office remains committed to protect the citizens of Nash County, protect all those that travel through, and DWI and driving while impaired is something that causes serious collisions and serious, I guess, concerns. So with that, we're asking for the approval. Now, the way this works is it's a 4-year grant, and every year in January we have to reapply for the grant, and the state decides whether they're going to continue that grant or not. And if they continued it, then the grant next year, the federal part of it would pay 85% of the salary. It would not be any more equipment, right? They would pay for some training that they would go to. So the county would be responsible in year 2 of 15% of the salary. Then if we move to year 3, the federal government would pay 70% of that deputy's salary. And then in year 4, 50%. And then in year 5, that position would be assumed by the county. And as we know, moving forward, that's just, by then, we would need other deputies to start with other positions, right? So this is a good way to get someone in to help protect and at no cost to the county, which is what we're trying to do.
Okay. Any questions for Deputy Wilson? Commissioner Davis?
Just one. Chief Deputy, what was your number, what do your numbers show that the cost would be for the first year all in, for what you just said would be?
Well, what they applied for the grant and what's been approved is $163,748.
Right.
And that includes the salary and the vehicle.
Okay, but the first year, these numbers, look at them, I don't know how your math works, but the dog don't hunt on the numbers. But anyway, what is your first year projection of it, including equipment and everything else?
That's what it came to. That's what they applied for in the grant. That's what the projection is.
I'm
because
sure
in the
what you're
grant, they put
saying
that in.
is that the 163 is for year 1 only.
Correct.
Okay, makes more sense.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. And there's a resolution that has it written down. I'm not
Gotcha.
sure if you all have that copy of that resolution. The resolution indicates when we sign this and turn it in, that there's no cost to the county. And to be forthright, the only cost is the uniform and radio.
I was thinking that was your total grant
Oh,
amount.
no,
and I
sir.
couldn't
No,
make
sir.
the
That's just for
number.
year one. And each year, you're required to come back before the commissioners, bring a resolution and say, we're requesting this amount of money.
Gotcha.
And that's what they're going to do. They'll approve a certain amount.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no further questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I
Mr.
have, okay, so it's a 4-year grant that gradually the county will have to pay the difference. So the 85% the county is looking at, just for the sake of our citizens, is looking at $32,700 about a year. And then that 70%, that third year, would be $50,000. And then that fourth year, 50% that the county would be paying is $81,000. And I'm not against this, but 81,
Could I interrupt you, ma'am, and just say that the 163 is not for every year. The 163 is only for year one because it includes the vehicle and the equipment in the vehicle. So vehicles, by the time you equip them, that's $60,000 to $65,000, so that's coming off. The only thing that the county is going to be responsible for in year 2, 3, and 4 is the salary. So when you look at it, it's only 15% of the deputy's salary that we would be requesting that the county pay in year 2. So that's salary and fringe benefits, so we put all that in. And so that's what the county would have to pay in year 2. And then in year 3, the county would be responsible for 30% of the member's salary. And then in year 4, 50% of the member's salary.
and you all will reapply every,
We have to reapply every January. So you reapply in January, the state looks at it, decides whether they're going to approve it or not. If they approve it, then we have to come back before the board next year at the same time. And if we come back before the board and at that time you decide that you don't want to do that, then you can't participate in the grant because we can't participate without the county saying that, this is, so next year as we move forward in the budget, I'm sure that'll probably be calculated in the budget as what that grant's going to cost us if we continue with that, and that would be factored in, I would suppose.
okay, and that was my question. If the state does not approve it, we've got a position there that the county commissioners have to decide if they want to fund.
That would be correct. If we have somebody in that position, you would have a position there to decide whether you're going to fund that or how you're going to do with a position, right?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
I do think it's important to understand that you've always got vacancies, so you would have somewhere to put that person.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, you've heard the request for driving while impaired grant. Is there a motion?
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Davis and second by Commissioner Howell that we approve the request. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, board.
Okay, we will now move to 9B, which is the
That's item number
consideration for
20
purchase
on
of
your
land.
agenda. Item number 20 on your agenda.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nash County has negotiated the purchase of 39.84 acres located at 3538 Eastern Avenue in Rocky Mount, property adjacent to Nash Community College. The board is being asked today to consider the purchase of this property at a purchase price of $1,950,000, and the agreement of purchase and sale is attached in your agenda. So let me know if you have any questions.
Y'all have any questions at this time? Or
Is there
Mr.
a
Chairman.
plan? Is there a plan for
Commissioner.
that property at that cost?
Mr. Chairman.
Wait 1 minute. I think Mr. Honeycutt wanted to make a presentation. So I'd like him to make a presentation, then we're going to come back and ask Mike the questions. Is that okay? All right.
Well, great morning from Nash Community College. It's always good to be in front of you.
and see you all. I bring you greetings from the college, from the students, faculty, staff, and Board of Trustees, many of which are with me today. And we thought you might just be interested to know why we might have an interest in the property in question. So to start off with, I would say, and I say this pretty much to all of you every time I see you, without the partnership we share with the county, and it's a great partnership, we could not do what we do every day, and that has literally changed lives. So thank you for that, for your continued support. The college continues to grow. We finally came out of our COVID slump, where we lost 17% of our enrollment during the COVID years. We are now past that point. And last year, the last full year, which was the 25-26 school year, the college served 23,860 students, the most in the college's history. While that's a great number, and hope to continue to report great numbers to you, what it does to us is fill up all of our buildings, which is a great problem to have. And so currently, the existing buildings, when we look at our future planning, do not hold enough space for the students that are coming to the college. Again, a great problem to have. When we look at the entire campus, we've got a plan in place, a master plan, which includes a new health sciences building, basically a regional workforce training center. And then also, 2 years ago, we moved City High School onto campus into temporary modular facilities because, but the demerger, we were going to lose, the school system was losing another set of schools. And so Superintendent Ellis got with me and said, let's move them to your campus a little early. Well, we did that, but that has filled up every space we have. We're proud of that because now we have the early college, which is all university transfer on campus, but we also have our skills high school, arguably as important in this county. And so they're on campus. We're proud of that. We're opening more programs to them. But again, it adds to the space constraints. So we have all these plans in place. One of the issues we have is we don't have the space on campus to put new buildings on unless we start changing the way the campus looks. We are very unique in the eastern part of the state in how our campus looks. It has been landscaped meticulously over our 58 years, almost 59 years. We have green space that the community uses constantly. We have nature trails. We have a really aesthetically pleasing campus. The health sciences building, we know already we're going to have to take some of that aesthetically pleasing out to put it in, and we're willing to do that because it kind of marries the two north and south sides of campus. Barring that, though, we're going to have to start stacking or doing something else if we're going to have these other buildings. We have an immediate need for something this land would really benefit us on. If you look at the map of the land, it's kind of a rough L shape. On the north end, it comes back over and attaches to the college. It attaches to the college right next to our electric line construction field. We currently house Electricities on campus, as well as our own 2-year program and our 16-week cadet academy program. We are out of space in our electric line construction training area. We haven't found the funding to do this yet because we haven't had the space to even think about it with yet. But if the college were to obtain the property in question, the area that attaches on our north side is right next to the Electricities field and would be an easy expansion of that program. So that's certainly an immediate need. Some of the property, I know y'all have talked about this a million times, is not suitable or will be approved for buildings. We understand that, but we also have and can expand our nature trail system, our natural area system with some outdoor classroom spaces that are used by our faculty, staff, and students, but the community at large. We have walkers on campus every day from the community, and I love seeing that. The kind of the selfish reason to want to gain this for the college, this is the first position in my career where I haven't had multiple sites to take care of. In Texas, I had 3 over a 9,400 square mile area. In Georgia, I had 7 across the whole state. At Nash, I have 1, and it's contiguous. This is the last parcel of contiguous land around the college. We're going to have to expand to keep growing. To give you an idea of the growth, last summer, we were 11.2% above the summer before. I told the team, look, don't get used to that. That's a fluke. It won't happen again. This summer, we are 12.7% above last summer. That's nearly an entire quarter of growth in the last 12 months. So we're growing, and I'm proud of that. In order to grow, though, we've got to expand. This piece of property would allow us to expand well into the future for the needs of the college to keep serving the constituents of our county and our region. And with that, I would yield the floor.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Honeycutt?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Howard?
you mentioned that basically if you don't get this property, it's going to force us to do satellite facilities or start to go up. And can you educate me just at a high level, the cost to go up versus expanding on additional property there? Is it the same? Is it more? Is it less?
The cost to go up would be more for us because space is at a premium. Like I said, we can put other buildings next to buildings, but adding those second, third floors, number one, my CFO may quit if we put more elevators on campus because they're one of the biggest problems we have. But certainly the cost of doing that versus a one-story, more spread out use. The Workforce Development Center is about 50,000 square feet, the planning on it, with 8,000 eight 5,000 square foot labs. That just can't be stacked. That's got to be a single-story unit. We do not have a place on campus. That was our primary building goal until 3 years ago. We changed to health sciences, mainly because we would have had to destroy a huge area of timber and natural space to put it on campus. So if we ever get to do that building, which health sciences will be first, we don't currently have a place to do that. We'll have to find another place to do it.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
All right. Commissioner Wilkins?
Dr. Honeycutt, you mentioned a number of things here that you wanted to do, the electric line construction, the health sciences building, City High, Regional Workforce Development Center. Would all that fit on the only usable 30 acres out of that 39.86 acres?
We think it will, because for the electric line, for example, the part of the land that we're talking about is not usable for building sites, but for poles would work. When we talk about extending the electric line construction area, it's literally a series of poles, climbing poles, not a permanent structure of any type. It would just be an expansion of what we have. So that would be using some of the non-usable for a building site. The front portion that borders Eastern would be a perfect position for a new building. And then in between would be that unusable space that we would utilize for nature and different things like that to increase the aesthetics of the campus.
And how would you go about getting funding for all these buildings? Would it come back to the Nash County taxpayers?
We haven't done that in the past in a very long period of time. My hope, we will begin a capital campaign for our health sciences building probably in the new year, somewhere in there. That's our goal for the health sciences. We really haven't planned ahead for the Workforce Development Center, but we know every year we go to the General Assembly with a really large ask to see if we can't get something built. I feel confident at some point we might. I would not rule out coming back to y'all for something, but that is not in the plan currently.
Okay, and the last question I have for you is, you said 23,860 had enrolled during the 25-26 year. This is August. Do you have any number yet for the 27, 28, well, the 26,
27, yes, ma'am. The 12% I told you, our year starts in the summer, so already we're 12% ahead of last summer. Fall doesn't start for another 3 weeks, but we have met last fall, and we were 7.9% up. And so any students that add from this point forward are going to tick that up. I think we'll end up 4 or 5% above last fall, probably that in the spring with a year end of about 6%. Last year, our full year was 7.9%, which is incredible, but another 6% increase is really going to stretch what we have. We're making it work, but we certainly can't continue to grow. It's a great problem to have. We can't continue to grow at this rate, but we're going to have a space problem really quickly.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I reserve my other questions for the attorney.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Okay, any question for the attorney? Commissioner Wilkins.
I was going to call you by your first name, and I caught myself.
That'll be fine.
But would you just confirm for the citizens and reiterate, in December of 2025, I believe that the land was appraised at $550,000, is that right?
Well, it was appraised for multiple uses, and I think that the final figure was $1 million for commercial use, and somewhere less than that for residential use, based on the infrastructure requirements.
Okay, because what I saw in print was $550,000, and
And that may have been what the final appraisal showed, but the appraiser did discuss with me the difference in value based on the uses.
yeah. I'll wait till after the discussion to say my final. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, any other questions for the attorney? Okay. Commissioner Belfield?
Well, in what the president has outlined needs for, I'm wondering how within maybe a 3 or 5 year period they intend to use this property if we vote to purchase it? Or is it going to sit there for a long time? I would like for the president to answer that.
So to answer the question, great question. Immediately pending funding, and we'd have to find funding for this, the electric line program would be a quick expansion, because that's something we need desperately. Both Electricity's Duke and our own program. The Health Sciences Building, we have a space on the current campus as it is. For that building, the next big project would be the Regional Workforce Development Center. There really isn't a timeline for that, so my guess would be it's about a $30 million undertaking, and so it would take a little longer to have that happen. So it would sit there. Now, the unusable portion, nature trails and outdoor classrooms are pretty easy to put in, so we would begin using that relatively quickly.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other question for the attorney? Commissioner Outlaw?
I don't really have a question. I just want to share some information related, kind of piggybacking on what Commissioner Wilkins' question was, or comment was about the appraisal value. In February of '21, this board purchased the Edwards property, which is also adjacent to the community college. This is in '21. This is prior to revaluation. The property was purchased for $37,975 per acre. That's per information provided sometime back from Deputy Manager Boone. The Kumar property we're looking at today at $1,950,000 for the acreage is $48,946 per acre. That's a difference of $10,971 or 28.9%. What's really important here is location. It's all about location. It's all about location. If you know this location, you know that the City of Rocky Mount purchased 336 acres adjacent to the community college, across the street from the community college, and they've got invested in that approximately $17 million. Do the math on that, that's $50,595 per acre, which is less than what this property is costing us, the Kumar property. And as kind of a personal note here, and it may not be apples to apples, but it's something that's in my mind. When we completed revaluation, and that was effective January of '24, my home, my personal home value went up over 80%. And I dare say that every person in this room that owns property in Nash County, they may have seen something similar. My property is not located in a strategic location like this property is. If my home were sitting on the reservoir, it would be significantly valued higher. So I want this board to keep in mind that the cost of this property is very much in line with the value of property in that area. Also keep in mind that this property is contiguous to the community college, and it's the last significant tract of land that the college could acquire through the Board of Commissioners for future expansion of this college. And I hope that this board will have the foresight to see that the future of Nash Community College rests with the decision we're making today. Because when this land is gone, it's gone. And future expansion is going to require costs significantly greater than what we're looking at today. So I encourage my fellow colleagues to consider the fact that we should not be so much locked in on price, but we should be looking at value. And the strategic location of this property makes it tremendously valuable to Nash Community College and the future growth of the college, which is a shining star in Nash County. And I know we all want to see that star continue to glow and grow. So, Mr. Chairman, with that said, I yield back the floor.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the attorney?
I have one more
Commissioner
question.
Belfield?
Maybe I need to address it to Commissioner Outlaw. Is there any competition for that property that you know of?
That I know of? Mm-hmm. The Kumar family has worked exclusively with the county on the purchase of that property. I dare say there would be no difficulty with the family putting that property on the market and it going at a price at or greater than what we're looking at today. You know, I know there's a piece of property sitting on the corner there. Joe Bell owns it. I don't know exactly how much it is, an acre, couple of acres. But I've been told, I don't know, because I'm not an appraiser, but I've been told that that property is worth probably $750,000 to $1 million. I don't know, but that land in that area is extremely valuable, Mr. Belfield. It's extremely valuable. And when it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah, but that's, when you said that, that's what I was thinking, that maybe someone else might be interested in it too.
How would that benefit the community college,
Well, it
Mr.
wouldn't.
Belfield? That's what we're talking
that-
about today, the community college. We're talking about acquiring this land
No
for
money.
future expansion.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, there's a conversation going on between two commissioners, and it should be addressed to you, one.
I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins, they were trying to answer a question.
I'm just trying to
All
respond to
right.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Belfield.
All right, you two gentlemen have any more questions?
Are we, where are you at in this process at the present time? I have some things I want to say, but we have the attorney standing here. I don't have questions for the attorney.
Okay, all right, well, we were giving everybody the opportunity to ask questions. And
I do have the appraisal, just for clarification. It was for residential 525, hypothetical commercial 775 to 1 million. So that was the figures that the appraiser provided to us.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, stand there. Oh, yeah, come back 1 minute. All right, in the contract, it says that once we agree on this, that we have, 45 days to inspect the property and see if it deems feasible for the use?
That is correct. The contract gives us a due diligence period. Contract has not been signed right now. It is contingent upon board approval. There also is a 45-day due diligence period. If the board were to vote to approve it and then make a decision that it was not suitable for our uses, then they would need to come back and vote not to continue through with the process.
All right, so the question is, do we intend to do that inspection?
Well, that would be in the discretion of the board as to what the use of the property, the best use of the property for the county would be, to direct the staff to do that, I guess.
Well, right now, it sounds like it might not happen unless we approve that to happen. Is that correct?
That is correct. To move forward, in a typical real estate transaction like this, the buyer would not want to expend a significant amount of additional funds to conduct these inspections, so far as feasibility inspections, surveys, et cetera, until the property was under contract. And so that's why that provision is in there, to give the county an opportunity to do further due diligence inspections.
Yes, after we agree to
After you
purchase.
agree, if you would approve the purchase,
Right.
then that contract does provide for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do we intend, as the county, intend to inspect as a buyer the property for the use that we intend it for?
Mr. Boone?
I'm sorry, I was trying to review something.
No, that's okay. Does the county have plans to conduct surveys, soil tests, et cetera, on this property after the contract is
There's probably some
ratified?
minimal amount of due diligence left, but we've already commissioned an environmental assessment of the property to
Okay.
evaluate wetlands, stream buffers, that determined there was about 30 acres of usable land in the tract. So, I mean, that's the biggest concern, is just the environmental issues, but there would be some minimal amount of due diligence left, but I think the biggest issue was the environmental constraints.
All right, so the environmental restraints, those have been met, as far as you know? Right.
They can be overcome.
or-
There's about, but it leaves us about 30 acres of usable land. So it's
Okay.
about seven and change that would be impacted by wetlands and stream buffers.
All right.
And just for clarification, I mean, the contract is, the due diligence is not limited to any sort of study. The due diligence allows the buyer to back out at any time during that due diligence period.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Commissioner Wilkin.
Do we have can you give us a dollar amount, how much, Mr. Boone, that this, or Mr. Gaynor, that all that due diligence costs on top of the $1,950,000? How much did we pay to have all that land? Jack?
I would like to confirm the number for you, but we've already paid for the initial environmental assessment, so that's money the county's already spent as we endeavored in this conversation with the Kumars. But I want to say we maybe spent $20,000 or so on the initial due diligence.
And you don't have maybe just a rough estimate of what it's going to cost further for us to do the other?
Well, in all likelihood, that 7 acres or so will be unusable, so any design plan will have to take that into account and avoid impacting those areas. There may be some buffers that need to be crossed with roadways, would require some mitigation. Until they're designed, it's hard to say, but certainly I think $50,000, $100,000, $150,000 would be a reasonable number in terms of buffer impacts. So it's not, in terms of the scale of what the county invests in the land, it's not a huge amount of money. But there are some portions of the property that will not be able to be developed. And as Mr. Honeycutt mentioned, they have plans for walking trails, other kind of environmental elements that they would use that for as part of their development scheme. There's about 30 acres that are usable on that tract based on our initial assessment.
So once the county, if the county purchases this land and gifts it to the college, are we doing all that before we gift it to the college? Or is the college going to, you're saying that the county is still going to pay for all that before we gift it to the college, is that
I
right?
think that would be part of the development plan, and as Mr. Honeycutt mentioned, I think the community college is going to be looking to provide secure financing for the project without coming back to the county, but I think I heard him say he couldn't rule that out.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I still don't know quite where you are. Are you getting ready to take a motion? Or are we still discussing this among ourselves?
Well, this was part of the discussion, and yes, I was ready to take a motion, and I wanted everybody to give their opinion or opportunity to ask Dr. Honeycutt or the attorney questions that need to be asked. Do you have any further questions? If not, then we all heard the presentation, and we know some of the positions that some of you have taken before, but anyway, now is the time to consider the motion to accept or deny the request for the purchase of the adjacent land to Nash Community College.
Mr. Chair, I move that we make a motion to vote to approve the purchase. This really should be just a formality at this point. We've already took a vote on this in closed session and had a majority of the board vote to move forward with it. We've already entered a contract with the purchaser, so I think we need to go ahead and assist the college in moving forward and acquiring this space for additional growth for the county. Our citizens need it.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any further discussion on the motion?
Discussion?
Okay.
I'd like the clarity, if I could, on the motion.
Okay.
First, is that okay, Commissioner? The statement was made that we've already signed the contract. We haven't signed the contract because we haven't voted yet. So
Correct.
that is an incorrect statement and an important one, I think. With that said,
Mr. Chair,
I yield to Commissioner Wilkins.
can I clarify my motion? We have took a consensus vote in closed session to purchase this property at the price that's mentioned here today that we're asking to vote on. The sellers have already agreed to those terms of that price, and they have executed and signed a contract and turned it back over to us. General statutes prevents us from moving forward in closed session with this matter. Therefore, it's here on the agenda today to take a vote publicly as required by open meetings law. So at this time, I make a motion that we accept this contract so that we can execute it and sign it and move forward on the benefit of the citizens in Nash County.
That's the same motion that you made. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins had a question first.
I don't have a question. I have a statement, and I thought about this over the weekend, the past week, and I just want to say, I understand the purchase of this land by the county to give to the college would be an asset to them, and it would be an asset to any entity being that it is being given. However, there are a number of thoughts that have caused me great trepidation if we did this. The asking price for one by the sellers of $1,950,000 is an inconceivable cost that I believe we should not entertain. At 39.86 acres, let's just divide, say 40, into the $1,959,000, and yes, we would be paying a little over $48,000 per acre. But when you consider that approximately 10 of those acres are wetlands, and say we divide the 30 usable acres into the $1,950,000, we're paying $65,000 an acre. And like I said, well, the attorney, Mr. Gaynor, I had $550,000 in December. He said $525,000. But, you know, that was in 4 months later, that April 2026, we were confronted with the $1,950,000. And yes, they had offered less than the $1,950,000 before that, if my memory serves me correctly. But to keep going up, I just do not believe it is in the best interest of the taxpayers to pay $1,950,000. I believe they kept going up. And as far as who negotiated, I mean, what did they negotiate? I feel like the county will benefit better keeping that money for our other things like the SNAP program. People are suffering right now. Things are being cut. $1,950,000, families are hurting. And for us to just give this land away, are we in the process of buying some land and giving it away? And yes, I realize it's a community college and education is important to me and everyone knows that, but I just come down off the price, you will get my yes vote. But at $1,950,000, when we have families and citizens hurting, not just in Nash County, across this state, and we have to find funding for DSS and other programs, I'm sorry, I'm against it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Belfield was next.
Oh, I didn't quite understand Commissioner Howe's comments there. But did you say an independent contractor? A contract?
No, sir, Mr. Belfield. My statement was that we've already voted on this in closed session, and the majority of the members of the board agreed to negotiate the price. The majority of the board agreed to enter into a contract with the seller of this property at the price that we're looking to vote on today in closed session. Therefore, a contract was executed with the seller. It's pending approval openly in the board today, and once we execute that, then it would be moved forward. But at this point, this was discussed in closed session, and everything about moving forward with the current price that we're talking about today was discussed in closed session and agreed upon by the majority of the board. So this really should be just a formality today to approve this in public, which is required by general statute, to move forward and execute this contract to secure this land for the future school. And I understand the concerns by Commissioner Wilkins, but, I mean, it's a large amount of money. We knew that before we entered into these discussions and before we took a vote and agreed to move forward with this. But we sit up here and voted for $1.2 million not too long ago for a church to use for Parks and Rec. They're still sitting there. 14 years ago, we bought 100 acres out on 97. There's a shell building sitting out there that's still sitting out there. So I understand the investment, but you've heard today from Dr. Honeycutt, the need for this is here. And if we're concerned about our citizens in Nash County, they're going to need additional education to enter into the workforce to be able to make a decent income. The prices of land are going up. We can't control that. As the growth continues to go, the price is going to continue to increase. So we're doing a disservice to our citizens by not providing an educational opportunity for them to be able to compete in the workforce by limiting the college on what it can do. Dr. Honeycutt has indicated today clearly that if you go up, it's going to cost more. If you go to a satellite location, you got additional staff costs, the additional cost of managing it. You're going to have duplications in staffing to be able to cover this. So the best option for the taxpayers in Nash County is to stay at the same location. And this is the last piece of property that there's available to purchase to expand that school at in that particular location. You've also heard from Commissioner Outlaw, the property across the street, 2 acres over there, is $750,000 to $1 million to purchase 2 acres we're getting 30 across the street. I understand part of it cannot be used to build on, but it also, as mentioned by Dr. Honeycutt and Jonathan Boone, can be used for natural paths. It can be used for other outdoor, open room activities that the college can use, and also citizens can partake in the county. So it's a multi-use piece of property. I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Belfield.
Commissioner Davis.
I do have quite a bit to say about this, and if you'll bear with me, the board and the citizens. First of all, I want it known that there's not a bigger supporter on this board than myself of the community college system. I am a example of the community college system, and I've done quite well in life thanks to what I learned in the community college, and I've always supported this community college every way I could. But on the other hand, as an elected official, I feel I have to look out for the taxpayers' funding and the money. I think everybody knows I've always done that, been very passionate about that. This county is in excellent shape because of the boards in the past that have felt like I do, that it's very important to do things as conservatively as we can. This particular piece of property is indeed the last one that is left in this quadrant. But on the other hand, the price that was asked for, that's asking for, and I want it known that I haven't supported this in any votes taken in, and they are not really votes, they are consensus votes is what we call them. They have no meaning to them because we have to vote on purchasing land in the public. I voted against it every time because the numbers do not make any sense. We've had this property appraised not one time, but 2 times. It was appraised first in 2020, and that appraisal showed that the property was worth $350,000 to $370,000. It was appraised again in December of 25, which took into account the increase in value due to the reval that was spoken of. It then appraised for $550,000 because it is currently zoned residential land. It said if indeed you were to get it zoned commercial, it moved it up to somewhere between $750,000 and $1 million. But folks, we're not talking about 550. We're not talking about 750. We're not talking about $1 million. We're talking about $1.95 million. It's just too much for this land. I personally have done this all my life. I know that land will not sell for $1.9 million, $1.95 million to anyone but Nash County if this board chooses to move forward with this. Current property owner bought the property in 2011. That's 15 years ago, just 15 years ago. They paid $135,000 for it, or $3,388 per acre. That's a very nice return. And granted, it is the piece that's left, but there's a lot of land in Nash County. We talked about the only 30 acres were usable. The rest of that acreage is in primarily buffer streams along the Blue Line Stream. You can't clear it. You certainly can't, Dr. Honeycutt, I don't mean to disagree with you, but you can't put poles in a buffer. I wish we could sometimes. But it really has no uses other than potentially the trails that were spoke about, and be very careful in doing that because we're not allowed to clear in these 50-foot buffers on Blue Line Streams. The property does not have sewer. There's no sewer to the property. It's going to be a tremendous cost, and everything the community college in Nash County does, we do as partners. We've always done that. We will always have to do that. So we've got a tremendous cost to get sewer to the property. Of course, to get sewer to the property, it would have to be annexed into the city of Rocky Mount. That's not a bad thing, but again, it would have to be doing that. And we speak about the property that Rocky Mount purchased. I think 95% of the people in Nash County realize, as well as the elected officials in Rocky Mount, for the most part, that was a mistake. They paid an average of, if you take the whole property in itself, they paid $47,000 per acre for that land. What we're talking about here is $65,000 for the usable land. I also have a problem with the way it was negotiated. Quite frankly, we have a person on our board that negotiated and certainly had no problem with that. But that person served both boards at the time, and I don't know that it was an arm's length transaction. Senate Bill 473 is very clear where it says, and it does not apply to the purchase of land, it applies to nonprofits is what this bill is about. And what it says is it would, subject to certain exceptions, prohibit public officials from participating in making or administering a contract, including the award of money. And then it goes on to say for nonprofits. But I can't help but think the intent of this law was to prevent what we've had to happen here. It should have been an independent negotiator that negotiated the price of this land. The property is currently zoned R20. Therefore, it would certainly have to go through a rezoning. The property is shaped very linear in the dimensions of it. A very linear piece of land is much harder to use. And what I mean by that, it is narrow and it is very deep. You don't get good utilization. You do not get good utilization of a piece of linear property like you could if it were more rectangular or more square, which gives you the most. Again, Dr. Honeycutt, I'll be very careful in saying this, but multi-story buildings are not more expensive to build. In fact, we build them many times because they are somewhat less expensive to build, so it's not an issue with that. But of course, it brings on elevators, there's no question about that. And I question the transparency. We've got board members that everything they bring up every meeting is about transparency. I've looked at the statutes and I could not determine, and I think the answer is no. But if we indeed going to seriously consider this, we should have a public hearing on it. The citizens should be able to weigh in on whether they want this amount of money applied to a use to buy a piece of land that appraised at 1/4 of what we're paying for it. I can't, in my conscience, go back to the people in my district that voted me in and with a straight face justify why we would have done that. That's why you get appraisals on property to start with. So a public hearing should certainly have been a step we would have taken. I know it's not a requirement. I don't think must determine, but if it is, I'd like for you to correct me on that. The land is almost totally wooded. It's only 2 acres that's cleared on this piece of land. So you got a pretty substantial cost in addition to the purchase of the land to get the land where it's usable, in addition to the sewer. And of course, you have the rather large Blue Line stream running through the middle of the property from one side to the other. That's going to have to be dealt with. And certainly it can be dealt with. We do it every day. But the short and the long of it is, when you look at this, you just have no business paying 4 times what 2 appraisals showed you utilizing taxpayers' money. And I hope this board will understand this and would not agree for us to enter this contract for this sales price. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification from Commissioner Davis.
Sure.
So is he suggesting that the board going forward, anytime we spend or have a request to spend a dollar amount, and in this case, $1.9 million, that we'd hold a public hearing? If that's the case, what's the criteria we're going to use going forward for that? Just out of curiosity, just wondering why we're proposing that this time, and we voted on several other things in the past exceeding this, and he hasn't entertained having a public input from that.
We're not going to have that discussion. All right. That was the statement he made. All right. Any other discussion? Okay, well, you've heard the motion. The motion to,
Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend that motion to table this issue for future.
let's see, all right. Well, I think he has to have a
Vote on
second.
the amendment, if I get a second.
Was there a second to that? Well, we have a motion on the floor.
There's a motion, he would have to agree to amend the
Yeah,
motion.
I'd entertain Commissioner Bedfield's reason for tabling this and would like to hear what it is in order to decide whether or not I should amend that motion or not, Mr. Chair.
Well, by Robert's Rules of Order, said once the motion is approved, once the motion been seconded, now it's the board's motion. And now we listen to the amendment and whether the board want to agree on the amendment.
I think you would have to vote on the motion that's been seconded unless the original motion maker agreed to the amendment, is my understanding.
Well, like I said, the training I went to this past weekend said that once the motion is made, the motion and its second, it no longer belongs to the person that made the motion. It belongs to the body. So the body, it's the body's now once it's second. So you correct me on that.
Mr. Chair?
Wait a minute. Mike's checking on that. And yes, once the motion is made and second, it becomes the body's motion. And it doesn't necessarily need the body's approval to accept the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Wait a minute, Commissioner Wilk.
Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
So it does appear that Robert's Rules would allow a proposal for amendment that would have to be voted on by the board.
So we can proceed with Commissioner Barefield's amendment. So he amended the motion that we,
To discuss the amendment, and then they would vote on the amendment first.
all right? Commissioner Belfield made the amendment. Who seconded the amendment? Or that need a second?
Let me clarify with our
Okay.
rules of procedure real quick before we
All
do
right.
this, just to make sure that. So according to our rules of procedure, an amendment to a motion must be germane to the subject of the motion, but it may not achieve the opposite effect of the motion. There may be an amendment to the motion and an amendment to an amendment, but no further amendments.
Okay. The amendment didn't change the motion. The amendment asked for a delay.
Mr. Chairman.
Wait a minute. Trying to.
Right, I mean, I mean,
Right, the amendment didn't change the motion.
it would not change the, well,
It didn't change the motion. It just asked for a delay.
it is, according to our rules of procedure, it is germane to the subject of the motion. I'm agreeing that it should be permitted according to our rules of procedure.
The amendment.
The amendment it should be considered. Yes, sir.
So now, I guess we're voting on whether the amendment will be accepted by the body to the main motion.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair.
Wait a minute.
Right, it would need, the amendment would need to have a second.
Right. And we would take a vote on the amendment.
Correct.
Right. All right, was there a second to the amendment? All right, well, I'll second your amendment. All right?
Are we in discussion now, sir?
Yeah.
On the amendment?
Yeah, we will.
So, again, back to my original question to Commissioner Bedfield, I'd just like to understand what his reasoning is for tabling the vote today.
I didn't understand your question.
He asked your reason for wanting to make an amendment to postpone the vote at this time.
Well, I think that
Yeah.
that's two different things. So either I think that we're either tabling it or amending it in some way. So I think that we need to get clarity from Mr. Belfield on what his proposal is.
Yeah, well, my motion was the amendment was to table this issue and maybe bring it back up in a future date.
Could you,
I second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
He's already said.
well, it already,
It's
I
already
seconded for him.
I thought he seconded the amendment.
Yeah, that was, right, on the amendment. I second his amendment. And now we are having a discussion on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the motion was to table, Mr. Belfield, Commissioner Belfield made a motion to table the
Right.
vote, but that's not the amendment. I was seconding his motion to table.
It was stated differently, but it appears to me that he is attempting to table the motion, so we would need to clarify that from Mr. Belfield.
Right. He just
Well,
stated that he was tabling
my-
it. He didn't specify a date,
Okay.
but
No, I didn't. That could come up late. Well, table it at least for further discussion and maybe get back with the property owners and maybe we can work out a better deal for the interests of the county and the college.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, when you table something, It stays on the table until someone brings it off.
Bring it back
No
up.
date has to
That-
be stated.
That's right.
Mr. Gaynor, would you confirm or deny that?
That's correct, but according to the strict Roberts Rules of Order, if the motion is not brought back off the table at the next regular meeting, then it's dead.
Okay.
And I'll continue to review our rules of procedure as we go through.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification, if I may.
All right.
So I made a motion, it was seconded to take a vote on this for approving it. Commissioner Bedfield has made an amendment to my motion, not another motion, but an amendment to my motion, requesting that we table it. We're now, you had a second on that, you seconded it yourself, so we're in discussion. So again, my question is, I just asked Commissioner Bedfield, what's the reason for tabling it? Not the time frame, but just why is he suggesting an amendment to my motion to table it?
Point of order.
Pete? Well, he had stated, clarification to do more work on it, but anyway,
Point of order.
yes. But we need to, we're discussing the amendment, and we need to take a vote on whether we accept the amendment.
And table it for further negotiation.
All right?
And that's my question for clarification, Mr. Chairman. No, I mean, I may entertain supporting this as well, but I just would like clarification on the reasoning behind it. That's all I'm asking. I think that's a fair question.
Further negotiation.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Point of order.
We're discussing the amendment, Commissioner Davis.
If indeed, I want to ask the attorney, if indeed it was a motion to table, my understanding is a motion to table cannot have discussion.
That's right.
That is correct.
So I don't know how we're going to discuss that motion.
Well,
Okay.
I think,
With this amendment.
You can't,
I think that the question is it an amendment or is it a motion to table? And I think that it was stated as an amendment.
Correct.
And we need to get some clarification of, was it a motion to table or was it an amendment?
Well, I was amending the original motion to table it for further negotiation.
I think it's got,
Is that
I think you can amend.
wrong?
You can amend the motion
Need to be one or the other.
I think you can amend the motion to continue further negotiations, or you can table the motion to vote on it at a later time.
Correct.
So those would need to be your two options. Do you want to amend the motion to continue
Further
further negotiations?
negotiation.
Or do you want to vote on it? Do you want to make a motion to table the motion to take it up no later than the next meeting?
further negotiation? If that can be done before our next meeting, then we bring it back up next meeting.
So do you want to restate your amendment?
I offer amendment to table this issue.
You can't offer an amendment to table and have discussion. If you want to table it to the next meeting, then you should table.
Okay. Well, my amendment is to table until the next meeting.
Well, that would not be an amendment, that would be a motion to table, at which point there would be no discussion.
Okay. All right.
All right. So we'll vote on the amendment.
I said that.
Then we have
a motion to.
A motion to table.
Mr. Chairman, a motion to table this until our next meeting.
second the motion.
Already got a second.
All right. So now we're going to vote on the amendment.
We're not talking about an amendment. There's a
I mean,
motion to
a motion, the
table.
motion to table.
Okay.
So that would need to be voted on without discussion.
Mr. Chair, question for attorney. Which motion are we voting on? Just, there's two motions on the floor now.
There are three motions on the floor, actually. Well, there's two, and then there's your motion, which was seconded, properly seconded. Mr. Belfield made it a motion to amend, and he revised that to make a motion to table. So we are voting, and that was seconded, so we're voting on the motion to table your motion.
All right.
Call for a vote.
What discussion?
I'd like to make a comment. I don't know if discussion, I'm confused as to whether it's appropriate or not.
Well, if you're discussing the motion to table, that's not permitted. But if you, I guess a point of legal clarification, that would be up to the chair.
Yeah.
Could I ask for that point of legal clarification from the attorney?
That would be up to you.
Yeah. Well, we're going to vote on the motion to table and see where that goes, all
My
right?
question is simple. You've got a motion on the floor. You keep adding motions, so if we're going to do that, then I want to make another motion that we vote on the original motion.
Well, he made a motion to table, he amended his motion to amend and make it a motion to table. So there can't be any discussion on that, and that was seconded, so that needs to be voted.
Well, I'm confused about the negotiation, because let me be very clear.
Well, I don't think the motion to table permits discussion.
Yeah, well, we're
I'm
not,
making a comment. I'm not discussing
That
his
would be up
motion.
to the chair.
Mr. Chair, may I make that comment?
well, there's amendment, there's a
I'm
motion to.
asking as a courtesy
I know
to
the
make that
motion, a
comment.
motion to table it so that we can have this discussion more. That's the purpose of the
There's no
amendment.
discussion allowed. The
Call the
attorney just said
question,
that.
Mr. Chairman.
Right. That's the purpose of the amendment, so we can come back and discuss it and vote on it. All right? You've heard the amendment.
So are you refusing me the courtesy of making a comment regarding this
I'm
motion?
trying to follow our basic Robert's Rules of Order. Is to try to come back and carry out the motion to table it so that we can have further discussion.
Well, if we were doing that on recent meetings, we've had at least two motions
we
that
know
were
that.
amended, and we determined that the presenter of the original motion did not accept the amendment, and we did not allow the amendment.
No, well, that wasn't. Once the motion is made and then it's second, it becomes the motion of the body. So I got to call a motion for a vote on the amendment.
To vote on the tabling of the motion.
Yes.
Just for clarification.
Right. So you heard the motion to table until, is that going to be our September meeting? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
Raise hand for no. Wait.
Raised hands for what?
I said, all those who are in favor of all those opposed to tabling it, raise your hand. All those who are opposed to tabling it, raise your hand. All right, so there's a 4 vote to not table it, so the amendment did not pass.
So you're back to the original motion. You're back to Mr. Powell's.
Right, we're back to the original motion.
What about the second one?
All right,
It's what's that?
okay, now the motion is that we accept this purchase of the land agreement. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, Commissioner Howell.
I
Outlaw.
want to be very clear about this. Commissioner Davis spoke of negotiation on this contract. I was the point person. I did not negotiate anything with the Kumar family. Every closed session meeting we had, this board was in total agreement, the majority, with what we were doing. And my simple piece in that was to be the point person to communicate what this board majority recommended to the Kumar family. And in our last meeting where we had consensus vote, majority, where members of this board voted that we would accept this price under these conditions, and then that was needed so our attorney could do the work he needed to do to prepare the contract. And so the Kumar family could do the same thing on their end of this contract, and so the community college could do the same thing with its naming rights responsibilities. So that's somewhat of an error to say that I negotiated this contract. I took what this board supported and I signed the letter, or the manager sent the letter to the family stating what this board agreed to do. So I want that to be very, very clear. And the second thing I want to say is, if we table this today, which that's all, that vote's been taken, what is to be accomplished? I'm not going back to the family and negotiate anything. If this board wishes to do what they've done in the past to change the parameters for this contract, then this board will determine that, and that letter will be sent to the family, and they'll either accept it or deny it. I have nothing to do in terms of that negotiation. So I want to be very clear on that matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Howell.
I tell you, this is a struggle, sitting up here just going through this when it's supposed to be a formality. And people want to make it about money and this and the other. The decision's already been made. We've already drawn up a contract. We've paid legal fees. We've agreed in closed session to move forward with this. We have an executed contract on behalf of the seller that was already agreed to at the negotiated price. This should be a simple formality to move forward. I urge my fellow commissioners to do the right thing here. I think it's pretty clear, and if not, I mean, so be it. As Commissioner Davis said, they voted some in. I guess they can vote some out. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Legg.
Okay, thank you. You know, I understand there's been a lot of discussion up here today, and there's different points of view. No, this has not been a unanimous process all the way through. There's different feelings on this. And no, I don't think this is the best deal the county has ever gotten on land. But this is about supporting our community college. I mean, I think the price is a little bit too high. Yes, but yes, I think that we should pursue this to support the community college and give them the room for expansion that they're going to need. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Wilkins.
I just want to say, in regard to what Commissioner Howell said, it hadn't already been decided just because the county did its due diligence and doing their background into the land and whatnot. But here again, we did our due diligence. That wasn't a rubber stamp. $1,950,000 again for that land is outrageous, and to have the citizens of Nash County, the taxpayers, paying it, and that's not going to be the end. Again, we have other costs that are going to come into it before it's transferred to the college. And so, again, I would not be voting for this in the interest of Nash County taxpayers and what I see coming down the stream for our citizens who need funding or need help with their everyday living. So, thank you.
All right, any other discussion on the motion?
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, directed to our attorney. Mr. Gaynor, were you advised by the majority of the board in closed session to proceed and execute a contract for the agreed-upon amount that we're voting on today by the majority of the board?
Commissioner Howard, what we do in closed session is closed session.
No, sir. Per general statute, once we bring it out to public.
General statute, we are going to vote on this matter today and question the attorney on who done what in the closed session is not should be discussed at this time. I just
Point of order, sir.
Well,
Directed to the attorney. Am I correct in my statement, sir, that once an item becomes posted on the agenda, those items can be discussed? It was discussed in closed session per general statute and the open meeting law?
I would say that the closed session is for the purpose of negotiating the terms of the agreement. There are some question about what should be revealed from the closed session based on the rules of conduct, the code of conduct that the commissioners executed and signed. So I'm not at liberty to discuss that. That would be up to the chair whether he wants to permit that or not, because there is a code of conduct that what happens in closed session would not be discussed.
So clarification, does general statute override conduct, or does the conduct override general statute? Which order we follow?
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman, I
Howard.
call for the vote.
Commissioner Howard, we need to move forward, and like I said, what happened in closed session is closed session business. That's why we do everything that we do.
I challenge that and just ask for clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you're going to need to go someplace else to do that. Okay. There's now time for the vote. All in favor of the purchase of the land adjacent to the Nash Community College, let it be known by raising your right hand. I don't want to vote for it. All opposed? All right, motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We will now move to our next item of business, which is public hearing. Mr. Tyson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is the first of 4 planning-related public hearings on the board's agenda this morning. This is a conditional rezoning request for a self-storage warehouse facility to be located on South NC Highway 231. The subject property, which is shown on the map outlined in red, is approximately 4.69 acres along the front of a larger 54-acre tract of land owned by Travis Phelps. This is the larger 54-acre tract of land. And then, of course, the portion that is up for rezoning is this front corner outlined in red. This is at 2260 South NC Highway 231, Middlesex. This is in western Nash County. It is southwest of the town of Nashville, north of the Samaria Crossroads. And if you see the green color on the zoning map on the right-hand side of the screen, this whole area is zoned A1 agricultural. The rear portion of this subject property was previously approved for the operation of a land clearing and inert debris, or LCID, landfill through the issuance of a special use permit by the Nash County Board of Adjustment back in May of last year. An LCID landfill is a commercial disposal facility for non-hazardous materials like yard waste, soil, untreated wood, brick, and unpainted concrete. Per the conditions of that permit, the landfill is surrounded and screened by earthen berms that are scheduled to be planted with vegetation this fall. There's also a smaller vegetated screening berm required along Highway 231 on the front of the larger property. This request has been submitted by the property owner, Mr. Phelps, to rezone the property to an RCCZ, Rural Commercial Conditional Zone, for the development of a self-storage warehouse facility. The conditional nature of this request allows for the attachment of reasonable site-specific development conditions with the consent of the applicant. The proposed site plan that you see here has been prepared by Stocks Engineering. And again, this is the LCID landfill. The area we're focused on rezoning this morning is this front corner that depicts a gated and graveled facility with 7 self-storage warehouse buildings that total up to over 48,000 square feet of storage area. There's also an area designated there for a stormwater control measure as needed. And all of this is behind an existing vegetative screening berm that runs along the highway here as a condition of the LCID landfill. But this facility will also be behind that berm, or behind the screening buffer. The site plan also, as I said, includes the LCID landfill on the back. There's a related gatehouse on the entrance driveway. Also on this property, the applicant is planning a landscaping supply business over on the right side of the entrance drive. That will be north of the self-storage facility. That is a land use that is permitted by right in the A1 zoning district, and so that area does not need to be rezoned, but it is shown for context to this morning that when you come in the entrance drive, you will have the mini storage to the left, the landscape supply business and its parking to the right, and then the LCID landfill in the back. All 3 of these commercial land uses, as I stated, will be accessed from the highway using the same shared driveway point. As with all rezonings, we are required by state law to review its compliance with our comprehensive land use plan. This request is generally consistent with the plan's recommendations for establishing a non-residential land use in this residential agricultural area. And you can see on this excerpt from the future land use map that the area is designated green as a residential agricultural area. It's consistent with the plan's recommendations because, number one, the subject property has frontage along and direct access to Highway 231, which is a major state highway. Number two, the subject property is located less than a quarter mile from the intersection of South NC Highway 231 and another state-maintained secondary road, Burgess Road, to the south. Number three, the subject property is in close proximity to other commercial land uses, specifically the immediately adjacent landfill and the proposed landscaping supply business, both of which are on the same larger tract of land as this mini storage. Number four, the subject property does not have significant spatial separation from the existing single-family dwellings that are located directly across the highway as recommended by the plan, but the existing vegetated berm along the road will help to mitigate the overall visual impact of the facility. Number five, the conditional nature of the rezoning request and the limitations of the proposed site plan will restrict the self-storage warehouse facility to a context-appropriate scale. This request may be considered reasonable in the public interest and not unreasonable spot zoning because the larger tract of land has already been approved for commercial use as an LCID landfill and a landscape and supply business. And number two, a self-storage warehouse is traditionally a relatively low-impact commercial land use that provides a service to the community while typically generating only limited traffic and low noise levels that can be reasonably compatible with surrounding residential development. The TRC considered this request back on May 28th and recommended approval, subject to the development conditions that are suggested in the staff report. The Planning Board considered this request on June 15th. Mr. Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering addressed the board on behalf of the applicant and in support of the request, and no other members of the public addressed the board regarding the request at that meeting. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval, again, subject to the development conditions that are suggested below. In the staff report, you have a motion to approve the zoning map amendment as well as a motion to deny the zoning map amendment. Both are accompanied by statements of plan consistency and reasonableness. Under the motion to approve, there are 6 development standards. Number 1, if approved, the property should be developed as a self-storage warehouse facility only in compliance with the approved site plan and the requirements of our Unified Development Ordinance. Number 2, any outdoor lighting at the facility should be located, angled, shielded, or limited in intensity to cast no direct light upon adjacent properties. Number 3, the 50-foot wide vegetative screening berm located along 231 shall be maintained in compliance with the conditions of the previously issued special use permit for the landfill located behind the subject property. Number 4 lists the other approvals that will be required prior to construction of the facility, including an erosion and sedimentation control plan approval, a driveway permit, stormwater permit, zoning permit, building and trade permits. Obviously, if there are any significant or substantial modifications or revisions to the site plan following approval, then at my discretion as the zoning administrator, it may require further review by the TRC, the planning board, and the Board of Commissioners. And this conditional zoning map amendment would be invalid unless and until the petitioners consent in writing to all the development conditions that are attached today, including those that are listed in the agenda or any others that may be added during the board discussion. With that, I will pause and take any questions that the board has on the staff report before we open the public hearing.
Any questions for Mr. Tyson? Seeing none, is there a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved, sir.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Howard, and second by Commissioner Outlaw. We go into public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. We are now in a public hearing on the rezoning request for the self-storage warehouse facility on Highway 231. Anyone wishing to speak? Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
The move by Commissioner Leggett, and second by Commissioner Bellfield, that we close the public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. We'll come back into our regular session. Any further discussion by the board to Mr. Tyson? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve or disapprove the rezoning request?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion, we approve the zoning map.
The conditions, right?
You mean to read the whole motion?
Yeah.
I make a motion that, I move that Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt the statement of plan of consistency and reasonableness below and approve conditional rezoning request for CZ 260601 to rezone the specified property to an RC-CZ for the development of a self-storage warehouse facility subject to developed conditions attached.
All right, you heard the motion, and second?
Second.
Commissioner Wilkin. All right, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Okay, we will go to our next item, number 11. Mr. Tyson, that's the self-storage building on Stony Hill Church Road.
This is a similar request in that it is also for a self-storage warehouse facility. The subject property, again, is highlighted in red on the maps before you. This is a collection of 3 adjacent lots totaling 1.87 acres. It's owned by Service Central LLC and located at the northeast corner of the intersection of South NC Highway 581 and Stony Hill Church Road, north of the town of Bailey. The property, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, is zoned R40, single-family residential currently. I would note that the new boundary does not conform necessarily to the boundaries of the 3 parcels on our tax map, but that's because it is based on more recent, more accurate survey data. So these 3 parcels actually do fit inside the red parcel when mapped correctly. This request has been submitted by the property owner to rezone the property to RCCZ for the development of a self-storage warehouse facility. This again is a conditional rezoning that allows for the attachment of conditions. This is the site plan that's been submitted by Stocks Engineering. It depicts a fenced and gravelled facility with 4 self-storage warehouse buildings, 3 vehicle parking spaces, a stormwater management area, and then along the north side back here, a 25-foot wide planted vegetative screening buffer to consist of trees and shrubs that would screen that facility from the immediately adjacent residents to the north. The proposed driveway access to the site is located off of Stony Hill Church Road. We've had significant conversations with NCDOT, and they've confirmed that that is their preferred access point, given the amount of traffic on Highway 581 there. When we review the future land use map, again, this area is designated as residential agricultural area. And so this request is generally consistent with the recommendations of the plan because, number one, the property has frontage along and direct access to both a major state highway and Stony Hill Church Road, a state-maintained secondary road. Number two, this time the property is located immediately at the intersection of those 2 roads. Number 3, the subject property is in close proximity to other already existing commercial land uses, specifically the adjacent property to the right or to the east that is purple. That is a property zoned for outdoor storage of equipment and accessory buildings. There is an insurance office here to the south across the street that's existing, and just to the south a little further, there's a retail store already existing here. Number 4, the subject property does not have significant spatial separation from the surrounding residentially zoned and used properties, but again, as stated, there will be a significant vegetative screening buffer along the north side between the facility and the nearest home to mitigate the overall impact. And the conditional nature of the rezoning and the relatively small size of the property will effectively limit the development of the facility to a context-appropriate scale. This request may be considered reasonable in the public interest and not spot zoning because, number 1, this particular intersection has previously been identified for commercial development through the establishment of the existing RC Rural Commercial Zoning District that you see here in this pinkish color. Number 2, a self-storage warehouse facility, again, is a relatively low-impact land use that provides a service while typically generating only limited traffic and low noise levels, and that can be reasonably compatible with surrounding dwellings. The Technical Review Committee considered this on May 28th and recommended approval, subject to development conditions. The Planning Board considered this on June 15th. Mr. Andrew Stocks with Stocks Engineering addressed the board at that meeting on behalf of the applicant and in support of the request. There were no other members of the public who wished to address the board at that meeting, and the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval, again subject to the development conditions. Again, you have motions to approve or deny accompanied by statements of plan consistency and reasonableness. This has very similar conditions to the previous case, and so I won't read those aloud, but I will gladly take any questions that the board has on the staff report before we move into the public hearing on this matter.
All right, any questions for Mr. Tyson? Seeing none, is there a motion to go into public hearing on this?
So moved. Second.
All right, been moved by Commissioner Outlaw and second by Commissioner Howard that we move into a public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. We're now in the public hearing on the self-storage warehouse facility located on Highway 581, Stony Hill Church Road. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter? Seeing none, okay, I get a motion to end the closed public hearing.
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Outlaw, that we close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Our motion carried. We're now back into our regular session of the Board of Commissioners. Mr. Tyson?
I have nothing to add, but happy to answer any questions.
All right. Are there any further questions for Mr. Tyson? Seeing none, is there a motion to accept this this recondition of zoning request?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Howard?
I move that Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt a statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below and approve the conditional rezoning request for CZ 260603 to rezone the specified property to an RCCZ for the development of a self-storage warehouse facility subject to the development conditions listed.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. All right, Mr. Tyson, I believe you have one more.
That's correct. I actually have two more, but one
Okay,
more
yeah.
rezoning request.
Okay.
The third
All right.
rezoning request, again, is conditional. The subject property is a 2-acre portion of a larger, approximately 10-acre tract of land. So what you see outlined in red is the 2-acre portion of the larger tract. And of course, the red boundary is what's up for rezoning. This property is owned by Sergio Saldana Arenas and Esperanza de la Cruz Tolentino. It's located directly beside the Redemption Center Church, which is right here at 13705 NC Highway 98, Spring Hope. This is in extreme western Nash County and not far from the Nash-Franklin County line. As you can see on the zoning map, this area is zoned A1 agricultural. The lot here, or at least the front of this lot, has historically been used as a parking lot area for the neighboring church. It also includes an existing detached classroom building and a storage building currently owned by and used by the church. This request to rezone has been submitted by Pastor Lisa Mercer of the Redemption Center Church to rezone the subject property to an OICZ, Office and Institutional Conditional Zone, to permit this lot to continue to be used for church activities, parking, and storage. Now that raises the question, if the church is allowed in the A1, why would the church parking not be allowed in the A1? And the answer is it would, if this property could be combined with the church. However, Pastor Mercer plans to purchase this property with her own private funds, and so it will not technically be owned by the church, therefore it can't be combined with the church property. And unfortunately, it does not have the minimum lot width that it needs to exist in this A1 zoning district as an independent lot. However, if the property is rezoned to office and institutional, that would reduce the minimum lot width requirement from 100 feet to just 60 feet. And this lot is just shy of 100 feet, so it would certainly meet that. And rezoning it to office and institutional not only allows it to stand on its own, but it also allows the property to be restricted just for church use. The conditional nature of this rezoning request does allow for the attachment of conditions. When we review the the future land use map from the comprehensive land use plan, this is also designated as a residential agricultural area, and the request is consistent with the plan because a small church such as this one is an institutional land use that is explicitly anticipated and allowed by the plan in a residential agricultural area. The conditional zoning request may be considered reasonable in the public interest and not unreasonable spot zoning because the proposed continued use of the subject property for church activities is similar to and consistent with the already established immediately adjacent church on the immediately adjacent property. The TRC considered this request on July 2nd, recommended approval subject to conditions. The Planning Board considered this request on July 20th. Pastor Lisa Mercer, the applicant, Craig Mercer, and Jimmy Day, the current property owner's realtor, all addressed the board on behalf of the applicant and in support of the request. There were no other members of the public who chose to address the board at that meeting. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request, subject to the development conditions that are listed in the staff report. The most important development condition under the motion to approve would be number 2, and it addresses the 2 existing buildings on the property, the detached classroom building and detached storage building. Those buildings were put there without the proper permits and inspections. The church has offered to have those permitted and inspected prior to today's public hearing, but it is important to settle the zoning first so that they know what their minimum setback will be off of that side property line, because we certainly don't want them to relocate those buildings more than once. And so development condition number 2, in the event that the rezoning is approved, states that both those buildings shall be relocated to comply with the minimum building setback requirement applicable to the OI zoning district, which I believe would be 10 feet off that property line, and that those buildings shall be properly permitted and inspected by the Nash County Planning and Inspections Department once they've been relocated to meet that minimum setback requirement. And with that, I will pause and take any questions on the staff report.
Any questions for Mr. Tyson? Seeing none, can I get a motion to go into public hearing? Moved by Commissioner Leggett.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. We moving in public hearing on this reconditional rezoning request. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. We're now in public hearing on the rezoning request for Redemption Center Church on NC Highway 98. Seeing none, could I get a motion to close our public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bellfield, that we close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. We're now back into our regular session. Mr. Tyson.
Nothing to add, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any further questions for Mr. Tyson? All right, I entertain a motion to accept or deny the rezoning request.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Howell.
I move that Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt a statement of plan, consistency, and reasonableness below and approve conditional rezoning request to CZ 260701 to rezone the specified property to an OI-CZ to allow its continued use for church activities, parking, storage, and subject to development conditions that are attached.
All right, you heard the motion there, second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carried. Mr. Tyson, number 13.
All right, this is the final public hearing related to planning this morning. Instead of being a rezoning, this is a text amendment, and it's a text amendment that was requested by our planning board chairman. It has to do with the regulation of smoke, tobacco, vape, and CBD shops. Nash County Unified Development Ordinance does not currently recognize a smoke, tobacco, vape, or cannabidiol CBD shop as a distinct commercial land use type. Therefore, if we had one proposed, we would have to classify it as miscellaneous retail sales, which means that it would be a land use permitted by right in the RC Rural Commercial and GC General Commercial zoning districts without any specific development standards. This request is proposed to recognize a smoke, tobacco, vape, or CBD shop as a distinct commercial retail trade land use type, and to establish related zoning requirements for their permitted development within the county's planning jurisdiction. The development standards that are proposed have been modeled after those that are already established in the ordinance for a bar, nightclub, tavern, or an internet sweepstakes cafe. That brings us to the actual language of the text amendment. We begin in section 9.3, table 9.3.1, which is our table of permitted uses. The use type that it would currently fall into, miscellaneous retail sales, is listed here for context. You can see that it's designated a P for permitted by right in both the RC and GC zoning districts. This highlighted level of the table here is what would be added. It identifies smoke, tobacco, vape, or CBD shop as its own land use. It allows it still in both RC rural commercial and GC general commercial districts, but instead of a P, it's allowed with a D, which if you come down here to the key, a D says the use is permitted by a zoning permit, but the applicant has to meet specific development standards. And so on the second slide, we have those development standards. They would apply in both zoning districts, RC and GC. First, there's a use and property separation, which would state that no smoke, tobacco, vape, or CBD shop shall be located within 500 feet of any other smoke, tobacco, vape, or CBD shop, or within 500 feet of a church, elementary or secondary school, public park, residentially zoned lot, or an existing residence. And then letter C would apply specifically to the parking. Parking areas related to such a shop can be located no closer than 75 feet to the property line of abutting residences, churches, elementary or secondary schools, public parks, or residentially zoned lots. I will state that, again, these standards are very similar to what we require for a bar, nightclub, tavern, or internet sweepstakes cafe, and they have been very effective in restricting those uses from development in commercial zones that are anywhere near residentially zoned areas or residentially developed areas. As with all text amendments, we have to consider its consistency with our county's land use plan. In this case, the request is neither consistent nor inconsistent with the plan because the plan does not venture to specifically address a smoke, tobacco, vape, or CBD shop as a distinct commercial land use. The TRC reviewed this text amendment back on July 2nd and recommended approval. The Nash County Planning Board considered this text amendment request on July 20th. Rocky Mount Wilson Regional Airport Authority Board Chairman Gary Hodges and Maggie Valley Subdivision Homeowners Association Treasurer Secretary Douglas Voris addressed the board in support of the request, and the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request. You have in your packet a suggested motion to either approve or deny the text amendment, and both would be subject to the same statement of plan consistency, which is that this request is neither consistent nor inconsistent with the plan because it's simply not addressed. And I will be happy to take any questions on that UDO text amendment before we proceed with the public hearing.
All right, any questions for Mr. Tyson? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to go into open public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion carried. We're now in a public hearing, and anyone wishing to address the board, please step forward. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bearfield. We close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. We're now back to our regular session. Any questions? Any further questions for Mr. Tyson by the board?
I would just add that this would, if approved this morning, this would become immediately effective in the current UDO. and then we will also incorporate it into the draft revised UDO so that it will remain effective as we move forward into a new version of the document.
All right. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Commissioner Davis has motion that we move for approval.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howard. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move along to our monthly tax report. Ms. Shamika Terry. Still, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Before we get into business as usual, I would like to bore you for about 90 seconds.
All right.
I know month after month I get up and I share the monthly tax report, which is given to you all as an updated status in regards to the tax rate. But I would like to share, 2025 was indeed a different tax year for the tax department. I must share through transition and opposition, the best team on this side of heaven stayed professional, positive, and faithful. They show up daily without hesitation or complaint and make it look easy. I often tell them I need them to frown and or growl every once in a while as a reminder that we are the tax department. Most responded with, Shamika, when you start growling and or frowning, so will we. So we know that day shall not happen. But I will tell you my dog of choice is a Doberman Pinscher. But I said all that to say all this. Thank you to the entire tax department for committing themselves to what they assume is a thankless job. But I am thankful for them and the opportunity to work alongside them. Business as usual.
All right.
In keeping with General Statute 105-350, the tax collector will be providing a monthly report showing the amount of taxes collected and efforts being made to collect taxes. This report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. It is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes. Any discussion, questions, comments on the increased 98.84% tax rate? Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Howard.
I had faith in y'all along. Great job.
You are too kind. Thank you.
Okay, we acknowledge and accept the monthly tax report.
Okay. We're going to move on to refund request. In compliance with North Carolina General Statute 105-381, the tax collector will submit to the governing body for their approval a list of any tax refunds after legitimacy of the refund has been established. There are no refunds for consideration.
Okay. Item number 16.
Okay, we'll move on to the annual settlement. Per North Carolina General Statute 105-373, the tax collector will submit to the governing body an annual settlement of the monies received during the prior fiscal year, and to charge the tax collector with the collections of fiscal year 26-27 property taxes and recharge the tax collector with the responsibility for the collection of the outstanding taxes for years 16 through 2025. Any questions or comments or
All right.
on the
Any
annual settlement?
discussion? Okay, I will call for a motion to accept and approve the FY 2025-26 annual settlement report so it may be entered into the minutes. Charge the tax collector with the collection of the FY 2026-27 property tax, and charge the tax collector with the responsibility for the collection of outstanding taxes for the year 2016 through 2025.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Outlaw. You've heard the motion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you all
Thank
for
you
the
very much.
opportunity. Have a good day.
All right. Okay, item number 17, Ms. Emily Moore. Well, you know, when commissioners just walk out, maybe they need a break. We'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll come right back, all right? regular session meeting. We will, item number 17, Community Block Grant, public hearing, Emily Moore.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Nash County received $1,557,002.26 in CDBG CV funds from the North Carolina Department of Commerce. Activities supported by these funds included trail extensions at Castelia and Spring Hope Community Parks, 7 hand-washing stations throughout the county, PPE supplies for volunteer fire departments, computers for public libraries, and EMS equipment and supplies, all of which are located in low to moderate income areas. The purpose of the public hearing is to review, assess the performance of, and close out the 2020 Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Project and allow the residents of Nash County an opportunity to express their views regarding the project. So the recommendation is to hold a public hearing.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Moore at this time? Seeing none, can I get a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins, that we move into a public hearing to discuss the Community Block Grant Coronavirus. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carried. We're now into an open public hearing. Anyone wish to speak? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins,
Second.
second by Commissioner Outlaw, that we close the public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Public hearing closed. Now we're back into our regular session. Ms. Moore, there's no additional voting on, right. Okay. Now let's go to item 18, Community Block Grant.
Okay.
All right.
So Nash County intends to apply for $950,000 of Community Development Block Grant Neighborhood Revitalization Funds, and applications are due by October 13th, 2026. The grant is used to address housing needs, community needs, economic development needs, or other community development needs within the county. Any eligible need must address a national objective of low to moderate income or removal of slums and blight. So the recommendation is to hold the first public hearing.
Okay. Any question for Ms. Moore? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Outlaw, that we move into a public hearing. No further discussion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We're now in the public hearing on the matter of Community Development Block Grant Neighborhood Revitalization Grant Application 2026. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward and address the board. Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett,
Second.
second by Commissioner Outlaw, that we close the public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. We are now back to our regular session.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Moore. Okay, item number 19, a resolution calling for a public hearing on a proposed moratorium ordinance regulation on data center, data processing facility, and cyber currency mining. Call on Vice Chair Freddie Howard to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak today in support of us to place a moratorium on new data center development in Nash County, effective until June 2027. Let me be clear about what the vote is and what it's not. This isn't a vote against growth. It's not a vote against jobs or investment in our county. It is a vote to slow down and get this right before we make land use decisions that cannot be undone. Nash County, which was built on agriculture, our farmland just isn't economic asset, it's a heritage. Families in this county have worked this soil for generations, and the land supports our identity, our food supply, and the way of life that sets us apart from more urbanized parts of the state. Once prime farmland is converted into industrial use, it does not come back. We don't get a second chance on this decision. Over the past several months, this board has heard directly from the people we represent. I want to acknowledge that clearly today because public comment isn't just a formality, it's information, and it's our job to act on that information. We've heard from farmers concerned about losing leased and farm-owned acreage to industrial rezoning. We've heard from residents who worried about the strain data centers place on our water supply and our electrical grid, resources that our agriculture operations depend on just as much as an industry user. We have heard concerns about noise, about the visual character of the rural landscape, and about the property values near proposed sites. And that we have heard again and again that people feel decisions are moving faster than the public's ability to understand and weigh in on them. A moratorium gives us the tools to respond to the feedback responsibly. It gives staff and this board the time to study the real impacts, water usage, energy demand, tax structure, infrastructure cost, and to build standards in our UDO that protect both our agricultural base and our long-term tax interest, rather than reaching for partial by partial under pressure from individual rezoning requests. Other counties across the state and the country are taking the similar approach. A pausing to build thoughtful ordinance into an obstruction is due diligent. It protects Nash County's negotiating position, and it protects us from litigation and inconsistent decisions that come from acting without clear standards that need to be in place. In June 27, it's not an arbitrary date. It gives us time to conduct our proper process to get the Unified Development Ordinance updated, an ordinance that reflects the values this community holds. It does not shut the door on data centers permanently. It simply says that before this kind of industrial development reshapes our farmland and our rural character, we're going to do it the right way. I've heard from people in the county, and their message has been consistent. Protect our farmland, protect our water, and our natural resources. Don't let Nash County's rural identity be decided by rezoning cases moving faster than the public input can keep up with. So I'm asking my fellow commissioners to support this moratorium. So let's take time to get it right for the farmers, the families, and the future citizens of Nash County.
All right. This requires a public hearing, so I want to ask for a motion for a public hearing to go into public.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Commissioner Howell is just proposing to have the board approve the public hearing for the next meeting. We would have to notice that per the statute.
Well, I'm following some instructions that said that we have to open a public hearing now. But you're saying that we don't, that we have to just approve whether we would go into.
Yes, sir. What we're doing is getting the board's authority to advertise for the public hearing for the next meeting.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
What I'm asking the board is to adopt the attached resolution to hold a public hearing Tuesday, September the 8th, 2026 at 9 a.m. and to direct the clerk of the board to publish a notice of this public hearing in accordance with General Statute 160D-601, sir.
Right. So you're asking us to adopt a resolution, right?
To hold a public hearing. Yes, sir.
Right. Okay.
To Mr. Gainer's comments, notice the public.
All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, and
Second.
he made the motion. Commissioner Outlaw seconded the motion. All right, now we're open for discussion. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly want it to be known that I also do not favor these large data centers. But I question if we really need to put a moratorium on Nash County. We have the tools in place currently to stop any data center that the board chooses not to have in a rezoning matter, if it comes before this board, but also if we have a piece of property that's properly zoned, we have to have a special use permit, is my understanding, and that also would be approved by this board. So we got the tools in place. And my concern is, anytime you use the word moratorium, regardless of how it's used, it puts a negative cloud on an area. In this case, it would be Nash County. Having worked and knowing quite a few site selectors over the years as it relates to our industrial recruitments, we all know that their goal when they come to an area, look at the area, is to eliminate it as quickly as they can. Some of these site selectors wouldn't go any further than to see the word moratorium that we had in place, kind of sort of regardless of what the moratorium was about, whether it was about residential construction, whether it was about, in this case, a data center moratorium. And of course, what we do here only affects those areas that we have jurisdiction on. It doesn't stop them from going in our municipalities. And we do know that there's one been considered in one of our towns at the current time, but there's really nothing we could do about that because they have total jurisdiction over that area. We're also closing the door if indeed we were to have one that wanted to look at Nash County that is totally self-supporting. That has been my idea all along, is to have data centers and consider them only when they can provide their own utilities, when they can provide their own cooling method, whether it be water or anything else, and whether it was a situation where the noise involved would be compatible with the area that it was put in. I'm just not in favor of a moratorium for this particular reason, knowing that we've got total control over it without that. We've got a UDO that we hope will be adopted in the next few months. So our goal is to do it before the end of the year, I think. And during that process of the UDO, we will have those guidelines in there, and the UDO itself will require a public hearing. So at that point, anyone that wishes to speak about data centers would certainly be able to come to this board and speak about that or anything else in the UDO. It just seems like a possible duplication of effort to do it at this time. And that's my thoughts, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Wait, you made the motion. And, well,
Mr. Chairman, I have a question of the staff or our attorney. Can we hold the public hearing during the same time we hold the public hearing for the UDO? Can we hold it for the moratorium at that time and not just have one public hearing?
The moratorium requires a public hearing, so prior to voting on the moratorium, you would have to have a public hearing.
What I'm saying is if we don't vote on the moratorium until we have the UDO public hearing. I mean, Commissioner Howell is asking that we have vote on the moratorium. We have the public hearing in September, and I'm guessing vote on the moratorium in October or late September.
In September.
In September.
It can be voted on at that meeting.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, I guess we would have to vote down his, and then someone would have to make them.
You can't vote, I'm sorry.
And someone would have to make a motion to have the public hearing on the moratorium during the same time we have the UDO. You understand what?
If you vote down his motion today, then there would not proceed with the public hearing. But if the moratorium is on the agenda, then there has to be a public hearing.
Okay. But it's not on the agenda yet until we vote.
That's correct.
You make the motion, we'll give everybody else opportunity. Anybody else? Commissioner Lay?
Okay, I do have a question. Would a moratorium such as this affect our ability to adopt the updated UDO? Who can answer that?
Well,
Good point.
give you my opinion. Mr. Tyson?
So to answer Commissioner Leggett's question, no, the moratorium would not affect the county's ability to adopt the UDO because the moratorium is worded in such a way that it would last until June of 2027 or until a UDO with specific data center standards are adopted. And so the adoption of the UDO would effectively repeal the moratorium if it occurred prior to June of next year, which we anticipate that it will, because as long as that UDO has specific rules and regulations for data centers. To answer Commissioner Wilkins' question, there would really be no need for the moratorium if we waited until we were ready to adopt the UDO, because the moratorium is designed to fill the gap in time before we have regulations for data centers. So by the time we have a public hearing on the UDO to adopt it, the moratorium would presumably become irrelevant at that point. So it wouldn't make sense necessarily to delay the public hearing on the moratorium to align with the public hearing on the UDO because the UDO will not be ready by the September meeting. So it would not be effective to delay the public hearing. Also, to go back to a comment that Commissioner Davis made, currently, we don't have standards for a data center. So if we had an applicant who proposed one, they would make an argument that it was similar to a use we currently have in the table, presumably an industrial use. Now, that would only matter for property that's already zoned industrial without specific conditions. If an applicant brought a property to be rezoned industrial, then presumably the board wouldn't approve it without a condition on it to explain what it's supposed to be. So there wouldn't be a sneak attack by a data center through a rezoning. But for properties that already exist in the county that is GI, if an applicant made an effective argument, and of course this could end up in court to be litigated, but if the applicant successfully made an argument that there was a land use in the ordinance that was similar to a data center and that the county should permit it, then that's what we're trying to guard against, or that would be what the purpose of the moratorium would guard against. We have had discussions about requiring a special use permit for a data center. That is not in the current ordinance. That is something that will be proposed as part of the new ordinance. So I did want to make that correction. There's not a special use permit process for data centers because data centers aren't addressed in the ordinance. But the purpose of the moratorium would be to fill the gap in time between now and when the UDO is ready. But the moratorium would not hinder us in any way from adopting the UDO and adopting a set of regulations within the UDO for data centers.
All right. Mr. Tyson, what's the timetable for us to complete the UDO?
So the planning staff is currently going through the proposed UDO line by line and making revisions. I don't know exactly when we'll be done with that. I think we are likely to have it ready for adoption prior to the end of 2026. But this moratorium extends into 2027 just to provide, a cushion or a margin for error But as I stated, the way the moratorium is worded, as soon as we adopt a set of regulations for data centers, whether it be standalone or as part of that UDO, the moratorium would be repealed. And so it's whichever occurs first, the deadline of June 27 or the adoption of a UDO containing data centers. And I seriously expect the UDO adoption date to happen well before the June 2027 deadline.
All right. All right, Commissioner Howell.
Mr. Tyson, thank you for explaining that, and apologize to my fellow colleagues up here. That's the whole intent behind this, is a bridge to give us protection, to protect the staff and having to spend additional time and/or additional legal fees that if one would come up, and as Commissioner Davis mentioned, there is already one being considered in one of our towns, and I also am aware there's also been some discussion as well in other parts of the county outside of the township for some. So my concern is that no, we don't put ourselves in a position to where we're having to spend taxpayers' money to defend something. We can simply put a moratorium on it today and give us time to do it. My other concern is, in our last meeting on data centers, we've got everything lumped together. And when I say everything lumped together, I'll make sure I explain. So you have the new AI data centers and you have the traditional data centers. A traditional data center does not use our natural resources, does not use a lot of electricity. And because I stay at the other end of the county, there's one in Zebulon right now behind the Bojangles. I mean, it doesn't make any noise. You wouldn't know it was there. So we got to make sure when we put this new UDO out that we don't penalize those storage facilities and lump them in the same group as we would one of these new AI data centers that uses 100 megawatts of power, which, by the way, Sharon Harris, which where we get a lot of our energy from for Nash County, only generates 900 megawatts. So you're talking a ninth of the power. The backup facility in high demand for electricity in our area is from Goldsboro. Again, that facility only produces 920 megawatts. So we're talking about a 100-watt mega facility would put a tremendous strain on it. Also, there's other things to consider. Even though if they generate their own power, which a lot of them are having to do, they're having to put in temporary diesel generators that are running for extended periods of time with additional noise and additional air pollution, because there's currently not enough power to do self-generation at this point with the technology we have. Also, we have to consider our friends upstream. To generate 900 megawatts of power from Sharon Harris, they're going to consume 1.5 million gallons to 2.4 million gallons a day just to produce the electricity. That's even if the data center is using a closed loop system and doesn't need any water other than the initial filling of the closed system. So there's a lot of impacts that we need to study before we move this forward to make sure we got it right. And all this is a pause and let us do that. Don't penalize traditional data centers and have them lumped together as we currently do in our proposed UDO. Separate those out and then figure out where in the county these new AI ones need to go and make sure we got clear direction. It's best for them and also best for the citizens of Nash County. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Commissioner. David.
Adam, just to clear up something you just said, which is different than what I said, and I appreciate you clearing that up. But the special use permit, I've noticed several times of late, over the last year, that if I'm not mistaken, you've utilized something particular with the land development code when it was under construction in the presentation to the planning board about what we had in a particular item, and the vote was based on the fact of not approving that because of something that was coming. Would that be the same case in this as far as a special use permit, knowing that we would have one in our UDO, that you could go ahead and utilize that like I've seen you do some in the past? And of course, I guess your answer is probably going to be it could be challenged, but anything can be challenged.
I'm
just asking because it may change where I stand on it.
I'm not sure I follow the question. In order for the county to apply a special use permit to a particular land use, then our table of permitted uses has to assign, it has to essentially have an S there. You know, we talked about vape shops today, we talked about a P or a D. Well, in land uses that have an S is where they have a special use permit. Special use permits currently are all directed to the Board of Adjustment for quasi-judicial public hearing. If in the future we adopt a special use permit requirement for a data center land use, then the board can make a decision whether that should also go to the Board of Adjustment, or if that requires such special attention that the special use permit should be diverted to the Board of Commissioners to decide. But if we had an applicant come in currently and proposed a data center and made the argument that it was similar to one of our existing land uses, then whether or not we could impose a special use permit would be determined by whether or not a special use permit is already required in our table for that land use. So and it's hard to speculate what particular land use they might make an argument that it would be similar to. But if that land use doesn't already require a special use permit, the county can't decide on the fly to apply a special use permit. It has to be preordained by the ordinance. I'm not sure if I followed your question, so maybe if that didn't answer it, you could lead me a little further.
Well, it totally didn't answer it, but I think I get the gist of what you're saying. I just know, for instance, a couple of things on screening and things of that nature, we are using this standard that we're getting ready to adopt and talk about it during the public hearing as we move up to that adoption. But I think you made it clear that it most likely would not be able to do that with a special use permit, probably. And I do know that we currently have two data centers in Nash County. Of course, they're both located inside Rocky Mount. And quite frankly, they are compatible. Actually, the city chose to put one of them on their own land, which I was surprised at. But, and they are large power users. In fact, the first one that was built is by far Rocky Mount's largest utility customer. Actually, it's 5 times larger than their second utility customer, which is Nash General Hospital. But had it not been for that revenue coming in, I think Rocky Mount would have probably been in worse shape than they are in, because they are very profitable to their electrical grid system, and they're able to make quite a bit of money off of them. But they would be making those decisions, except for where they provide utilities in outside of Rocky Mount in the county. So I just feel like we've got enough protection at the current time to buy us to December, January, February, whenever we do the UDO. So we're really not that far apart on what we're saying here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Well, my perspective on this is that with the current schedule that we have for the Unified Development Ordinance, and we intend or should finish this by November. And generally, I'm not in favor of moratoriums, and like I said, it's going to require another public hearing, and it is possible it could delay what we're trying to do with the Unified Development Ordinance, to try to finish it sooner rather than later. And we've been collecting information on what data centers should be, shouldn't be, and the things that we might want to put into the Unified Development Ordinance. And I'm hopeful that the 3 commissioners that serve on that, Ms. Leggett, Mr. Davis, and myself, that we will push forward with developing the Unified Development Ordinance very soon, before this year is out, and we'll be able to address all the concerns about the moratorium. Moratoriums create anxiety and sometime alarm the public, which they might not need to be alarmed. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, I do have one follow-up question for Mr. Tyson. this is hypothetical, of course, but let's say we get through with the UDO and are ready to proceed in December or November, as you're shooting for by the end of the year, but we haven't worked out the UDO process because we need to put more definition in it to separate traditionals from the new AI, need some more studying done. If we went ahead and adopted the UDO and there's nothing in there at that particular time for the data centers, would we be allowed to do it and still have protection to give you January, February to make specific adjustments in the UDO and do an amendment at that point? Or are we locked into having to hold the whole UDO up until we get the data center information in there?
We are not held up. The board could adopt the UDO, revised UDO, without data center regulations if the data center regulations required more work before they were ready. The adoption of the new UDO without data center regulations would not repeal the moratorium, because the moratorium is not tied, if a moratorium was approved, because the moratorium is not tied to the UDO, it's tied to the approval of new zoning regulations regarding data centers, data processing facilities, cryptocurrency mining, and similar uses. So the UDO could go forward ahead of the data centers, but the moratorium, if passed, would not expire until the data center piece is adopted, even if the whole rest of the UDO was adopted first.
Thank you for that clarification. So it wouldn't slow us up if we ran into more questions and concerns.
Correct.
It would let the county go forward, everything else, and still provide us protection until June
Until
31st
June of
of next
27.
year. Okay, thank you, sir.
We can always amend the Unified Development Ordinance.
Correct.
Right. Okay, any other discussion on the proposed resolution? All right, seeing none, we have a motion, so all in, let's see, give me 1 minute here. All in favor of the motion as presented for moratorium related to data center and data processing facility and cryptocurrency mining, let it be known by raise your right hand.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
If I can just clarify, we're only voting on to hold the public hearing at the next meeting. The board is not voting on the moratorium today.
No.
They would vote on the moratorium at the next meeting.
I can read my motion again, sir, if you like.
Right, read your motion again.
Yes, sir. The motion here is for the board is being asked to adopt the attached resolution to hold a public hearing Tuesday, September the 8th at 2026 at 9 a.m. and direct the clerk of the board to publish notice to the public for the hearing in accordance to General Statute 160D-601.
All right. You heard the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by raising your right hand.
Second, who's second?
All in favor of the motion? All opposed the motion? All right, motion carried.
Voted for.
All right. Let's move to the next item number 21. Item number 21, Mr. Boone on the Southern Nash Middle School off-site traffic improvement project.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item I have before you today is task order for Southern Nash Middle School off-site traffic improvements. As the board is aware, construction is currently underway on new Southern Nash Middle School near the intersection of 581 and NC 97. That school is expected to open in the fall of 2027. Construction of the new school necessitates construction of several off-site improvements along NC 97 and NC 581 based on proposed access points and the anticipated increase in traffic volumes related to the new school. Construction of these improvements are required as a condition of approval of the driveway permits to be issued by the North Carolina Department of Transportation, because both NC routes are under the jurisdiction of the North Carolina Department of Transportation. Nash County Public Schools has confirmed that they are agreeable to Nash County funding and managing responsibility for this work. And it's important to note that this expense is eligible for reimbursement by the North Carolina Department of Transportation as outlined in North Carolina General Statutes 136-18, subsection 29A, and North Carolina General Statutes 160A-307.1. So the recommendation from staff is that the Board of Commissioners approve Task Order 2 with Stocks Engineering. They will be managing this work. Task Order 2 is enabled because of the Master Services Agreement that was approved by the Board last month. And once approved, authorize the county manager to execute same on behalf of the Board. And with that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, any discussion, question for Mr. Boone?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Howard.
There was a question, you said, in regards to this, the school had authorized us to, I know we got an email in here from the school stating that, but has the school board had any knowledge or discussion or voted on this?
Our conversation has been with the superintendent. My conversation with the superintendent, so I do not interact with the board. But again, I made an inquiry to the board. That was a response we received from the superintendent to confirm that the school system would be amenable to the county managing the off-site improvements like we are managing the off-site utility improvements. I don't know that the traffic improvements were necessarily discussed or conceived at the beginning of the project, but honestly, I was not a party to those conversations. But again, our conversation has been directly with the superintendent, not with the school board.
So, I mean, I fully support us doing this and spending the money to do so because we get reimbursed from the state. But I do have a problem moving forward and voting to support it without the awareness of the school board. And since our agenda meeting, I had conversation with the chairman, and there was no discussion with the chairman and another board member as well in regards to this. So there's, to my knowledge, not been an official vote taken or even a consensus vote. There's been discussion a while back, but nothing in the recent times.
Right.
So why would we take a vote as a board without support from the school board first?
Again, I know the county manager had conversation with the superintendent, so I'll defer to her after our agenda planning meeting last week. The manager reached out to the superintendent, so she may want to weigh in on this conversation.
Correct. I spoke with the superintendent and also Angie Miller, and it's my understanding that in the planning of this project, we had Commissioner Davis on that committee, and the off-site improvements were agreed upon that the county would handle those. So this is just another one of the off-site improvements. So this wasn't a board decision. It was part of the planning of the whole project altogether.
And I guess, I'm not trying to be controversial, but my whole argument was we made a point earlier today that one person was doing negotiations was a claim for purchasing property. Are we allowing one person of the board to make that decision for our board ahead of time, or does it take the majority of the board to make that decision?
Commissioner Howell, as we understand, this is a traffic light improvement that we're going to be reimbursed by the state once it's done, correct?
Correct.
And there's no issue with that.
And there has to be a traffic light there.
The point at topic here is the fact that there's been no knowledge and support from the Board of Commissioners of the school system acknowledging that a request for us to spend $500,000. We've also had an email sent to us from the school system requesting us to spend money to put in a new septic system for the new elementary school that's proposed to be built, but the board has not taken action on that yet neither. And here again, I'm just seeing a pattern. To me, the school board should vote on this matter first. Once it's voted on and the school board approves it, then send it over to us, and then this board votes on it. We didn't act off earlier of purchasing and enter into a contract with one person. So why would we look at, and again, I fully support this and it makes sense, but it's the process that I have a concern with here, not the action. So we need to have a precedence to set. It should take the majority of the school board to support something that's communicated to us in writing. This board would take a vote on it, and whatever that majority vote is, that's the action we take.
Okay. Well, I want to just say this. Look, the superintendent represents the Board of Education. And if the superintendent sends us something, we act on it with the assumption that the Board of Education has approved his action. And I'm not questioning whether the Board of Education has approved or not. Moving on the assumption that the superintendent, for credibility purposes, is acting in favor of his board. Commissioner Davis.
Well, I think you just covered what I would say about it. All along, the county has taken responsibility to do on-site improvements on that project. And of course, the whole project is run through the county because of the type funding that it is. We approve all payments. Actually, there's a signature off from you, Mr. Chairman, as well as the chairman of the school board at the time, each time we have a payment to approve according to the way the grant was written. So, Commissioner, I really don't understand what your question is. It's not a vote needed by the school board once they have adopted an ordinance saying they're going to build this school. I'm just not following you.
Well, we have ordinance here too, sir. When the county manager spends money up to $10,000, anything over $10,000 requires the approval of this board. I'm going to make an assumption here that the school board has similar things in place, and we're being asked to spend $500,000, so that well exceeds a $10,000 limit. The other request is for over $1 million. So I guess my point of question would be to the attorney, is there any legal ramifications to us if we take a vote and we approve to spend money without the approval of the school board approving it first, with only taking an email from a staff member from the school system, regardless of what that position may be?
It's my understanding that the county owns that property.
Correct.
Is that correct? So we would be making the improvements on behalf of the county for the property the county owns.
But keep in mind, these improvements are in the right-of-way, so they're not on private property. They would be in the right-of-way, contiguous to the project.
But they're contiguous for our development of the project.
Correct.
Then there's no legal ramifications for that.
Okay, for this case. Now, what about if it, on the septic system, which is on other property it's not owned by?
I would have to.
Can you research that and get back,
before
please?
I would be able to answer that question.
Commissioner Leggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no issue taking action on this item. As I see it, it's part of the county's responsibility for this project, and we sought guidance from the head of the school systems to proceed, and I don't see this as us superseding any type of action that the school board would need to take. So, thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay, let me get back down here. So I need a motion to approve the task order 2 with Stocks Engineering and authorize the county manager to execute the same.
So moved.
Second.
That was Commissioner Davis made the motion, and Commissioner Leggett made the second. All right. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All right. Commissioner Howell voted against. Motion carried. Okay, Mr. Boone, item number 22, Met Park low voltage wiring contract.
Yes, sir. Next item is a change order, Network South. That is the vendor assisting the county with the low voltage wiring improvements. That's really to provide network connectivity and wireless access at the Med Park building. And this change order covers the cost of the network hardware required to build out the network closets, of which there are 4, on this project and provide wireless access throughout the facility. The change order totals $92,286.88, and if approved, would result in an amended contract amount of $352,949.23 and no additional time being added to the contract. Staff is recommending the board approve the attached change order and authorize the county manager and/or her designee to execute same.
All right, any discussion for Mr. Boone? Commissioner Davis?
Just an update on where we stand for contingency funds. Are we able to cover this out of contingencies for the project?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other discussion for Mr. Boone? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the change order, authorize the county manager to execute the same with the Meg Park building renovation?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins,
Second.
second by Commissioner Leggett. Any discussion on the motion? All right. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. All right, thank you, Mr. Boone.
Ready for the next item?
Yes.
All right, while we're on the theme of change orders, same project, different contract. I have two change orders 4 and 5 with Salisbury Moore. They're the general contractor on the overall building renovation project. And this change order is related to, again, the Med Park building project and replacement of additional flooring in the building, and also additional electrical work requested by MIS in the network closets where the items in the preceding change order would be housed. These change orders total $68,537.49, and if approved, will result in a revised contract amount of $3,582,022.59, and a revision to the substantial completion date, and it will change that to November 23rd of this year. The cost of the additional flooring work will be paid for using funds from the Health Department, and the cost of the electrical work will be paid for using contingency funds approved in conjunction with the project. And the recommendation is that the Board of Commissioners approve the attached change orders and authorize the county manager to execute same.
All right, any discussion from Ms. Boone? Any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the change order?
Move for approval?
All right, Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. All right, thanks. Okay, item number 24, Ms. Nikki Stanton, North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality Grant, Wastewater and Water Infrastructure Project, Capital Project Ordinance Amendment 3.
Good afternoon.
All right.
The first project ordinance amendment is for the NCDEQ grant, and basically what this amendment is doing is moving some funds from construction into construction from software and equipment. It's just to make sure that we're covered in the areas that we need these funds to pay all the bills for this project.
All right, any questions for Ms. Stanton? All right, seeing none, is there a motion to approve the amendment capital project ordinance?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. All right, any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Okay, item number 25, County Capital Project and Fund Ordinance Amendment.
The attached project ordinance is presented to amend the Senior Center Expansion Project. The request is to move the 5% county match of $23,750 from the construction line into the renovation line for grant reporting purposes. The grant that we received for this can only be used for renovations, not for construction. The match should follow that as well. So this is just amending that to move it to the renovation line.
All right, any question? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the amendment?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by
Second.
Commissioner Howell, second by Commissioner Fairfield. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carried. Okay, item number 26.
Okay, budget amendments. The first budget amendment for this month is to budget Nash County Sheriff's Office citizen support donations for community support. So this is taking the $2,191 from citizen support revenue and moving it to the community support expense line so that they can support a back-to-school event. The second request is for the asset forfeiture funds. This budget amendment is to reappropriate unspent 26 Department of Treasury funds and Department of Justice funds for the Swiftwater rescue needs, including the boat and other expenses. The amount of this budget amendment is for $203,408. The third request is the controlled substance. This budget amendment is to reappropriate unspent 26 controlled substance tax and investment earnings from the revenue line to the expenditure line for equipment supplies for weapons and optics in the amount of $53,311. The fourth request is to budget additional funds from the Enhanced Voluntary Agricultural District for legal services for partial termination of enrollment in the program. This was an investment in the Farmland Preservation Enhanced Voluntary Agricultural District, and they were terminated. There was a $300 legal amount, legal services, that we were reimbursed by that landowner. So this is taking that revenue and taking care of that legal expense that we incurred. And number 5, this dollar amount is different than what was originally put in your packet. We got new numbers from the state. So this is just the budget amendment move for the new revenue amount from the local workforce development state funding, and it's moving it to the expense line for the local workforce development line in the amount of $359,846. Are there any questions?
All right. Any questions for Ms. Stanton? Hearing none, well, I entertain a motion to accept all amendments.
Move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Leggett,
Second.
second by Commissioner Howell, that we approve all the budget amendments. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, number 27, Ms. Tia Fuller.
Chairman, excuse me, we added 26A
Yeah, we did. And what was 26A?
for Commissioner Howell wanted to make a request for a letter of support.
Oh, yes, right, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Manager. I come today seeking support from my fellow colleagues to a letter of support for the Southern Nash Wastewater and Sewer Authority as far as in regards to meeting with elected officials over the next few weeks and just seeking basically a consensus vote that everyone is in support of me doing that and asking for financial support from our state and federal elected officials to bring funds back to Nash County.
All right, you've heard the request. I'll entertain a motion. Is there a motion?
I just have a question.
Okay, want a question before a motion? Go ahead, question.
Okay. Since this is brand new on our desk this morning, can you give some more background about the Southern Nash Water and Sewer Authority?
So we're still having meetings. Commissioner Davis and I had a meeting, I think it was last week, I believe it was Monday, and getting updates and looking at additional alternatives. Mr. Boone making comment, we also had a conference call Friday morning with some new technology. The purpose of this letter of support is basically just seeking their assistance. The whole holdup, once we finalize option A and B that we can do and bring back to the board, even if we approve it, the whole holdup's going to be funding for this, and we're still looking at $100 to $120 million as it currently stands. So even if we agree to move forward, we need financial assistance to help us with that. And this letter is basically going out and having these conversations to the latest start to get those requests in that once we do make a decision on what we're going to do to move forward, that we can get it sourcing for us financially.
Okay, so at this time, the partners are Bailey Middlesex.
Correct. The county has not got into authority yet. We're waiting till we get everything together. And there's still potential. In the last meeting, there was conversations with Springbrook as well. They did attend the meetings.
And what the vote is today, what you're asking for is this letter specifically?
Yes, ma'am. Just, I'm going to go regardless and have these conversations, but I'd rather have the blessing and support from my fellow colleagues on this to bring funds back to the county, to save the taxpayers in Nash County funding. And there's no specific amount on this letter either at this time, because we haven't finalized. But I didn't want to misrepresent the board without their approval.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, are we saying we've got something that we've got before us this morning?
What this is?
Yes, sir.
Thumb through support of Southern Nash Water and Sewer Authority.
I'll put my hand on it. I hadn't seen it.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion for approval.
All right. Commissioner Howard made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Okay, we're still open for discussion on the motion that we support Commissioner Howard in his effort to find financial support for the Southern Nash Water and Sewer Authority system that they're trying to develop. Great. Commissioner Davis.
Of course, I very quickly sped read that, don't know that I understand it. But how is this different from what we normally do, where we establish a set of goals and request funding for the county once a year with our legislators? What's the difference in this and what we generally do?
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Davis, this here, due to invitations that was extended to me by some of our state officials and also some of our federal elected officials, this is just laying the groundwork, to your point, that we're going to come back at a later time and do those asks. And that I don't want to speak on behalf of the board without their knowledge of it and approval of it. The procedure that we've been doing will still take the same place. This is just laying the groundwork, since the ask is going to be so large in this. It's going to take our state elected officials and our federal elected officials to support this project due to the financial cost of it.
So he want to be the representative to speak on behalf of the board in support of the project.
And Commissioner Davis, as you're aware, because you were in the meeting, we haven't finalized which direction we're going to go yet, or option, should I say. So that's why there's no amount on here. But again, I want to be transparent and just make sure that I'm open. And before I go represent the board, I want to make sure the board's aware of it and approves it.
My only concern is, and I'm okay with what you're saying, my only concern is where we at today with that Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant I think we all pretty much know it's not going to come to fruition, or it seems like it is not going to come to fruition the way we were working it. I personally think part of the issue there is the way it's been handled through the process, and I'm not going to get into details about it, but it does concern me why we lost the original thought, and I think I know why we lost it, but just with that said, I think it's needs to be moved forward with a lot of precaution and not alienate people, any of our towns, like may have been done before, too quickly, because we lost the one opportunity we had, it appears like, always trying to mend things to move forward with that treatment plant. And yes, other alternatives we certainly need to look at this point, because I don't think we're going to make it work how we just got too many obstacles where it was. So I personally think this could be done without the support, but ever how the board chooses to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Wilson.
I just, I want to ask, by us supporting this letter, and it's evident that we need the water and sewer in Southern Nash, but by the board individually saying, you know, we support this, we support you getting funding, if you don't get that funding, will this letter be held up if those towns come to the board for so many millions of dollars and need our help, and we say we can't do it, then you get the opportunity to say, well, you signed this letter in support of it. Are you solely just going to the state and federal for this?
Yes, ma'am, and just for clarification, 2 of the 3 partners that have been at these meetings, other towns, Middlesex and Bailey, actually have already jointly put together a letter very similar to this, and they're actually having discussions today with some elected officials in Greensboro. It's a joint effort, and the way we're going to be successful on this is from a regional standpoint. The state and the federal has indicated to us, and to Mr. Boone as well, that they're not seeking to give individual towns or municipalities funding. They're seeking to give a regional facility because it encompasses so much more of the area and affects so many more citizens in a positive way.
All right, any other discussion? All right, you heard the motion? You understand the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Just want to thank my colleagues on this, and I'm trying to be fully transparent in asking for these funds. I'm not trying to move anything forward without your acknowledgement and your involvement. That's why I did this. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we'll move to item number 27.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
September is recognized nationally as Recovery Month to raise awareness of mental health and substance use disorders, celebrate individuals and families in recovery, and recognize those who support recovery efforts. This resolution affirms that recovery is possible and highlights the importance of reducing stigma, expanding access to support, and creating a community where individuals feel encouraged to speak up. It also recognizes the families, peer support specialists, healthcare professionals, first responders, treatment and recovery providers, faith communities, nonprofit organizations, and other partners serving Nash County. I have attached in your packet a resolution recognizing September 2026 as Recovery Month in Nash County. Would you like me to read the resolution?
No, I don't think that's
Okay.
necessary. We have it in the package. Any discussion
Yes, sir.
for Ms. Tier?
Mr. Chairman, not to be disagreeing with you, but I would like for us to read the resolution into the record because it is a very important resolution, very important item, and I just think reading it would put it available for those ones that may be viewing online or the many people that view it later on, if you're not opposed to that, sir.
No? Okay.
Okay.
That's okay with the rest of the board? I'd like to hear you read the resolution.
Yes, sir. Resolution recognizing September 2026 as Recovery Month in Nash County. Whereas September is recognized as National Recovery Month, an annual observance dedicated to increasing awareness of mental health and substance use disorders, promoting effective treatment and recovery practices, and celebrating individuals and families whose lives have been transformed through recovery. And whereas recovery is possible and every person deserves access to compassionate care, meaningful support, and the opportunity to build a healthy and fulfilling life. And whereas individuals in recovery demonstrate courage, strength, and resilience, and their experiences provide hope and encouragement to others who may be struggling. And whereas mental health and substance use disorders affect individuals, families, and communities, making recovery a shared responsibility strengthened through compassion, connection, and support. And whereas reducing stigma and increasing awareness encourage individuals to seek assistance without fear or shame
and help create a community where recovery is recognized, respected, and supported. And whereas Nash County recognizes the families, peer support specialists, healthcare professionals, first responders, treatment and recovery providers, faith communities, nonprofit organizations, and other community partners whose dedication helps make recovery possible. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Nash County Board of Commissioners hereby recognizes September 26th as Recovery Month in Nash County and encourages residents, organizations, and community partners to support individuals and their families on their recovery journeys and participate in activities that promote awareness, hope, healing, resilience, and lasting recovery throughout our community. Adopted this third day of August, 2026.
All right. Will this resolution be, if approved, I'll put on the website?
Thank you, sir.
That's it?
It will be, yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to accept the resolution?
Move we accept.
I've been moved by Commissioner Belfield.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. We accept the resolution. Any further discussion on it? Seeing none, all in favor of the resolution, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
Thank you very much.
If I may, before we leave that item, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask the board to join with me, with my time left on this board, to continue to encourage our sheriff's department to join in with us and find a way, more than what we are currently doing, to help those citizens that we have incarcerated that have drug abuse or mental issues. A lot of them do indeed have one or the other, or sometimes both. And I just see a lot of counties doing a lot more than what, through that Board of Commissioners, than what we are doing. And I don't have an answer. I will just ask for support to work with our sheriff's department and see what kind of programs we can put together to help these individuals while we have them fixed and in place, because drug addiction is a very hard item to overcome. But certainly there are so many success stories that we know it can be done. And I would maybe bring back other items over the next month or two that we could consider doing as I study other counties. But it is a high priority item that I think needs our attention. And of course, with the jail population like it is, a little bit of studying I have done, there is a lot of people going in and out of our jail over and over and over, if we could just help solve that. And thank you for any consideration the board would give in working towards that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
We will move to item number 28.
Okay. This is the expansion of community naloxone access. Nash County remains committed to protecting the health and well-being of our residents and ensuring that life-saving naloxone is readily available throughout the community. Opioid use and overdose can affect individuals and families from every background, and timely access to naloxone can mean the difference between life and death. Each life saved also represents another opportunity for an individual to connect with treatment, support, and recovery. Currently, a public health kiosk is located at Braswell Memorial Library and provides access to naloxone and other public health supplies. Building upon this effort, the county is expanding access by placing newspaper-style distribution boxes at each Nash County Library branch, including Bailey, Middlesex, Nashville, Spring Hope, and Whitakers. Additional boxes will also be placed at the Nash County Health Department locations, one in Nashville and one in Rocky Mount. Libraries and public health facilities are trusted and accessible community spaces. Placing naloxone at these locations helps reduce barriers, supports individuals and families who may be impacted by substance use, and equips community members to respond during an overdose emergency. This initiative is not only about distributing naloxone, but also about meeting people with compassion, reducing stigma, and affirming that every life is worth saving. This expansion is another step in Nash County's broader effort to address the opioid crisis through prevention, harm reduction, treatment, recovery support, and community partnership. And no action is requested of the board at this time.
All right, thank you. Okay, move to item number 29.
Thank you, sir.
Unless y'all, any discussion on this? Okay, all right.
Thank you. Board appointments. The following board appointments are presented for your consideration. Please consider for the Planning Board the new appointment of Freeman Reynolds to the Nash County Planning Board. Mr. Reynolds' application is included in your packet for review. He is eligible, willing to serve, and recommended for appointment. If approved, Mr. Reynolds will replace Kim Moore, whose term expired on June 30th, 2026. Mr. Reynolds resides in Commissioner District Number 1, which is Commissioner Arrington's district, which currently has no representation on the board. His 3-year term will expire on June 30th, 2029, if approved.
All right, you seen the recommendation?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'll second that motion.
Excuse me, I'll be glad to take the second, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the ABC Board Chair position. The Nash County ABC Board met on Friday, July 31st, and voted to nominate Ms. Jacqueline Lewis to serve as chair, and they nominated Mr. William Bill Jones to serve as vice chair. Both nominees are willing to serve, eligible for appointment, and recommended by the ABC Board. And if approved by this Board of Commissioners, each will serve a 1-year term concluding on June 30th, 2027.
All right, you heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Commissioner Bellfield? All right. I'll second the motion. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed? All right, motion carried.
Thank you. And finally, I have the Human Services Board. Please consider the appointment of Andrew Stocks to the Human Services Board as its engineer representative. The Human Services Board recommended his appointment at its June 18th meeting, and his application is included in your packet for review. If approved, Mr. Stocks will serve a 4-year term ending June 30th, 2020.
All right, you heard the recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, move for
Motion.
approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Commissioner Outlaw, and second by
Second.
Commissioner Davis. All right, okay. Any further discussion on the nomination? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
Thank you. I do want to say, sir, in addition, there's, with the Human Services Board, there are 3 discipline-specific positions for the Human Services Board. Qualified professionals and community members who are interested in serving and supporting the health and well-being of Nash County residents are encouraged to apply. Board members play an important role in advising on policies, programs, and services that affect individuals and families throughout the county. The vacancies include a psychiatrist, a psychologist, and also a veteran representative.
All right.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, we are now down to calling commissioners wishing to make comments. I'll start to my left down at Ms. Commissioner Leggett. You have any comment?
Thank you. Good. No comments.
All right, Commissioner Wilkins.
Chairman Arrington and the board, I just have one thing from the National Association of Counties that you all really have in front of you, but I wanted to read the first 2 paragraphs, and it's in reference to the SNAP cost shift, delaying the shift in SNAP administrative and benefit costs. As part of the Major Reconciliation Bill, H.R. 1, Congress enacted significant changes to the financing structure of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program we know as SNAP. Beginning in fiscal year 2027, the federal share of SNAP administrative costs will be reduced from 50% to 25%, increasing the required non-federal share from 50% to 75%. This is a substantial transfer of new administrative costs to states and local governments responsible for delivering the program in households and helping millions of low-income families across access nutritious food. In addition to the increased administrative costs, states with payment error rates above 6% will also be responsible for 5 to 15% of SNAP benefit costs. While states will ultimately determine how these costs are financed, counties are deeply concerned that both the administrative cost shift and benefit cost sharing requirements will place significant new pressure on local budgets. Together, these changes represent an unprecedented cost shift from the federal government to state and local governments at a time when many counties are already facing rising costs, workforce challenges, and an increasing demand for essential services. And it goes on to say in the end that counties are responsible for the entire share of non-federal match requirements for SNAP administration in 3 states, and North Carolina is one of them. And I just want to say, I hope this board, if it comes before us, before the new board is sworn in, the new members are sworn in, I hope this board and its members are as generous with providing for our low-income families and those in need and our seniors as they were with the land of $1,950,000 today for the college without trying to get that that amount reduced. I just hope you are generous and look after our citizens. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wilkins. Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to take a moment to recognize that this week, beginning August the 3rd through August the 9th, is National Farmers Market Week. This is a nationally observed week meant to celebrate the farmers, growers, and vendors who bring fresh local products directly to our community and recognize the vital role that farmers markets play in supporting local agriculture and local economics. Nash County is fortunate that we're home to 2 thriving farmers markets, the Nash County Farmers Market in Rocky Mount and the Nashville Farmers Market. So these markets give our residents direct access to fresh produce, meats, baked goods, and handmade products grown right here in our nearby areas by our farmers and small business owners. So thank you, sir.
All right. Okay. Well, I want to thank the commissioners for allowing me to attend the National Conference for County Commissioners this July in New Orleans. It was a very informative gathering. Mr. George Dunlap from Mecklenburg County, he was elected as the president for our national incoming, he's the national incoming president of the National Association of County Commissioners. And on our state level, Alan Thompson will be the president of the North Carolina Association. I attended a number of conferences. As you see, I left some handouts with you, and one of the general sessions that I attend, we had Master Sergeant Citric King, who's a double amputee and an endurance athlete. He gave a presentation, and he's from North Carolina. It was very informative, and as I left on each one of your desks that I attended the Data Center and Grid County Development seminar, and we also had the North Carolina Association meeting and reception, which was attended very well. I also attended the, well, we had that general session, it's achievements, and we had a number of North Carolina counties that received achievement awards for the various projects that they have put forward. And I left on some of your desks a Jazz Fest Main Street Arts and Cultural Arts seminar that really focused on tourism in your county and how to develop tourism dollars through arts and the performing arts. And I also went to the Mastering Robert's Rules of Order and trying to run effective meetings. We all do the best that we can with that. The closing session was a monograph type of closing session, which they had There are 64 parishes in Louisiana, which means there are 64 counties, and they all bought their various food specialty items to the event. And they had a nice band, and everything went very well. So again, I want to thank everyone for allowing me to attend, and I hope you can read some of the information that I brought back. Thanks. Yes.
Yes,
You
sir.
going to ask me a question? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it appears like your class in Robert's Rule of Order was very timely attended, sir.
Commissioner Outlaw.
No comments today, sir.
All right, Commissioner Davis.
I have none other than if you want to hear the housing report we got rather late yesterday. I don't know when Adam goes home, but it was pretty much a slow month on the commercial side. We only had $317,000 worth of work applied for. There were 27 new homes, which were scattered pretty much throughout the county. The highest price one was $834,000. There were 10 modular homes, and the highest price of those was $266,000, for a total of 37 new home applications or permits during the month of July. There were about 13 builders, and as I said, they were distributed pretty much throughout the county, with still a large concentration in the southern part of the county. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Belfield, any comment?
I don't have a report. The Tar River Transit is scheduled to meet this month.
Yeah, you don't need to report on your committees. Just this is just for comments. If you got any general comments to make.
No, well, I don't have any comments at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. I think now we move to the manager's report. Ms. Stacy Stagner.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
All right.
Commissioner Wilkins, thank you for sharing about SNAP. We are keeping our eye on that legislation, and Ms. DeVega sits on the Association for DSS Directors, so we're keeping up with that.
Thank you.
I believe I passed a handout from the conference on SNAP.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. So the first item is about our water supply. Nash County is returning to voluntary conservation Stage 2, August 1, due to the ongoing drought conditions. Residents are encouraged to follow voluntary watering schedules to help reduce peak water demand. Please visit the Nash County Public Utilities webpage for details and conservation efforts. For our senior center expansion project, you can see we've got windows and gutters installed on the exterior of the expansion. And then framing is going up on the interior. And late Friday, I was shared some more images where drywall and ductwork is being installed on the interior. And for Med Park, it continues to take shape. The service areas are coming together, and flooring and molding are being installed. We will have a ribbon cutting on the outdoor classroom I shared with you last month. It will be Monday, September the 21st at 10 a.m. at the Ag Center in Nashville. Sharpsburg will host the next managers, administrators, mayors, and clerks meeting. The invitations have been sent, and we're looking forward to another great networking event with our county leaders. The Health Department has issued a public health notice about rabies. A raccoon tested positive in Nash County. If you've had any physical contact with an animal acting aggressively or sickly, please call the Nash County Health Department at 252-382-0904. To report sightings of animals behaving unusually aggressive or sickly, call the Nash County Animal Services at 459-9855. And pet owners
are encouraged to make sure that your pets are up to date on their rabies vaccinations. To reduce your risk, you should not feed or try to handle wild animals. Secure trash cans and remove food sources that attract wild animals. Keep pets on leashes and supervised while outside, and avoid and report sick or dead animals. Our Nash County Animal Services is pleased to announce beginning August the 3rd, today, we will have extended hours for adoption. The new hours will be Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., and the second and fourth Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Our first Saturday opening will be August the 8th. Please stop in and see if we have the perfect companion for you and your family. Nash County has received a grant from the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services to develop a farmland protection plan. We're asking the public to complete 2 short surveys. Your feedback will help guide the future of agriculture and farmland preservation in Nash County. The Nash County Health Department is hosting 2 after-hours vaccine clinics. The first is Tuesday, August the 4th at the Nashville location from 5 to 7 p.m., and the second is Thursday, August 13th at the Rocky Mount location from 5 to 7 p.m. These are by appointment only, so call today and make sure that you and your children's vaccines are up to date. Our health department is surveying Nash County residents to learn what classes, workshops, and community events will best meet the needs of our residents. Please use the QR code to link to the survey and tell us your thoughts. Nash County Cooperative Extension Services is offering grant writing lessons to gain step-by-step guidance for writing grants, how to work effectively with foundations and partners, digital resources to help with future grants, and so much more. Sessions will be August 19th, 26th, and September the 2nd from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Registration is required, and there's a $30 program fee for materials and refreshments. Use the link on this slide to register, and for more information, you can contact Tracy Dixon at 459-9810. Our Nash County Department of Social Services and Veteran Services are partnering to offer a community fair Saturday, September the 19th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the parking lot of the Administration Building. Participants can expect community resources, connecting families with local agencies and service providers, youth and family support programs, and services to help families succeed. Giveaways and prizes will be available for activities and games, and food trucks will be on site for the event. Our Nash County Veteran Services now has a stocked cabinet with personal care essentials. If you are a veteran in need of hygiene and personal items, please stop in and let us assist you. Our Parks and Recreation staff are getting ready for their annual golf tournament fundraiser. Sign up today to enjoy a day of golf while supporting the Nash County Parks and Recreation Services. You can register online or call the office. Parks and Recreation is also planning the next Mother and Son Dance. This year's theme is You're My Superhero. The dance will be Saturday, September the 26th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Registration started August the 1st, and it goes through September the 13th. And it's not too early to start thinking about the holidays. Cooperative Extension Services is advertising their annual holiday bus trip to New York City. If interested, please call 459-9810. This is a reminder that several commissioners, along with staff, will be attending the 119th NCACC Annual Conference in Durham at the Durham Convention Center from August 20th through the 22nd. And offices are closed Monday, September the 7th, to observe Labor Day holiday. And our board meeting, the Nash County Board of Commissioners September board meeting, is scheduled for Tuesday, September the 8th at 9 a.m. And that is all I have. If there's any questions.
Okay,
not-
any questions for the manager?
Nope. I will turn it over to Mr. Boone for his report.
Thank you, ma'am. Clearly, I need to step my game up a little bit because I haven't been providing you with a PowerPoint, but I did give you a piece of paper. I didn't want you to leave empty-handed, so you've got your 11 by 17 with a very small print on it. Giving you an update on our capital projects. We've already discussed a few of those today, so I was just going to hit on 4 of those on the list. One is the Fellowship Church. Commissioner Howell referenced that project earlier today. It's for Parks and Recreation Department. Just want to update you. Our intent was to have that project ready to bid late last month, but we ran into a couple of issues when we sat down to review the final set of plans. We've got a couple of issues to revise. Charter Construction is working on those, and we anticipate advertising that project this month. We'll say we may have to delay work on the modular unit, which was something we were hoping to repurpose for use by DSS for emergency placements. We've run into a permitting issue there, so I think we're going to set that aside for the time being so it does not delay the overall project. We are moving forward. Second project I was going to touch base on is the courthouse building repairs. As far as the original scope of work, I would say that project is approximately 98% complete. Really, all that's left to do from the original scope is the the interior trim. So that work continues. Project has gone really well. You may recall we did, or the board rather, approved a change order to install an interior elevator to serve the clerk of court's office. We've run into a snag with that particular element of the project and continuing to work with Calvin Davenport, try to resolve that and identify a path forward. And we're also waiting on a change order. We've already had a few change orders today, so we've got a few more in our future to address some additional roof repair work that was identified while working on the exterior repairs. This is primarily related to the Superior Courtroom and also some paver repairs in front of the Superior Courtroom. Next project is the Emergency Services Warehouse. We had a meeting with Stocks Engineering, who's assisting the county on that project, back on the 23rd of the month. And the lot was cleared this past week in anticipation of the survey work in order to move forward with that site design work for the Emergency Services Warehouse. And then finally, the Northern Ash Water System Project Phase 2 Contract 1. That project is underway. Busco Contractors has mobilized. I think they were working on some bores last week, but work is underway. And again, just remind you that anticipated substantial completion is February 2nd of 2027. Moving beyond capital projects, 2 things I just want to update you on. Again, Commissioner Howell had mentioned the work on our wastewater planning grant. We did meet back on the 27th. That was Monday, the 27th. We discussed next steps on the project, required follow-up with the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, new technology, which Commissioner Howell alluded to, and we had a conference call on Friday with that particular company that may have some utility to us as we look at either a regional solution or possibly an interim solution for one or more of the members of the proposed authority. And we also discussed the need for grant extension. Again, we've run into some issues with the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, getting some answers on some of the alternatives that we've considered. And I believe Commissioner Howell had mentioned he had already contacted our local delegation about intervening on our behalf for an extension. And I don't know if he's received a final answer on that, but we discussed certainly to request an extension beyond the end of this calendar year. And then finally, the Fire Services Working Group met last week on Thursday, and just kind of preliminary meeting. We did spend some time talking about the $50,000 allocation that was approved in the FY27 budget for the volunteer fire departments, and we will be picking that up again. Our next meeting scheduled on the 25th of this month at 10 a.m. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. All right, now I will, if there's no other business, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session. To discuss economic development, attorney-client privilege, personnel. Attorney, do you think we'll be taking any action?
I do not believe so.
Okay. All right. Need a motion to go into closed session?
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bellfield. We go into closed session at this time. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, we'll now go into closed session. Motion carried.